It's been 6 months since we lost David. 6 months of a silence between my sister Chloe and me that felt heavier and more suffocating than any grief I could process. He was the glue, the vibrant laughing bridge between my pragmatism and her artistic chaos. With him gone, we were just two strangers, sharing a history of inside jokes that no longer felt funny. The laughter had died with him on that mountain in Colorado, his body broken at the base of a cliff face I should have warned him about. I was the experienced climber. I was the one who should have seen the unstable rock. Instead, I watched him fall, and the sound of his body hitting the ground became the metronome of my nightmares. That's why I booked the cabin. I thought the Ozark National Forest, with its rugged, honest wilderness, could be the neutral territory where we might find our way back to each other. I thought the quiet would be healing. I thought wrong about a lot of things. The last few miles to the cabin were a testament to the word secluded. My sedan bounced and rattled over a winding dirt road, the color of rust that seemed to burrow deeper into the earth with every turn. Towering oaks and hickories formed a dense canopy overhead, swallowing the late afternoon sun and plunging us into a humid green twilight. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my architect's mind cataloging the remoteness, the sheer distance from anything resembling civilization. We'd passed the last house, a dilapidated trailer with a rusted swing set in the yard, nearly 40 minutes ago. Are we there yet? Chloe's voice was flat, devoid of its usual melodic lilt. She hadn't looked up from her sketchbook since we'd left the main highway. Her pencil moved in short, angry strokes across the page, creating something dark and twisted that I didn't want to examine too closely. Almost, I said, trying to inject some cheer into my tone. The owner said to look for a hand-carved sign, Still Water. The name should have been my first warning. Still water, dead water. Water that doesn't move, doesn't flow, doesn't sustain life. The cabin, when we finally found it, sat in a small, lumpy clearing that looked like a wound in the forest. It was smaller than the pictures had suggested, built from massive, dark logs that looked ancient. The gaps chinked with a gray, crumbling mortar that resembled dried bone. It had the presence of something that had grown out of the earth rather than been built upon it, a tumor of wood and stone pushing up through the soil. My first thought was of structural integrity, load-bearing walls, foundation stability, the age of the timber. Chloe's, I'm sure, was of its rustic charm, though even she seemed subdued as we stared at the structure. The porch sagged in the middle, and the windows were small and dark, like closed eyes. A stack of firewood sat beside the door, covered in a green film of moss that shouldn't have been there in the dry summer heat. The clearing itself was wrong too, perfectly circular, as if something had scorched or poisoned the ground years ago, preventing anything from growing back properly. Only sparse, yellowed grass covered the hard-packed earth. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of wood smoke and damp earth. But underneath was something else, something organic and rotting, like vegetables left too long in a root cellar. A single large room served as living, dining, and sleeping space, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall. The furniture was sturdy, handmade, and worn smooth with time. Two narrow beds occupied opposite corners, their mattresses thin and lumpy. A wooden table with mismatched chairs sat in the center of the room, and a tiny kitchen area with a hand pump for water occupied the back wall. Well, it's authentic, I said, running a hand over the rough-hewn mantel. My fingers came away, covered in a fine gray dust. Chloe finally looked up from her sketchbook, her eyes the same deep brown as David's, scanning the room. For a moment I thought she would turn around and walk right back out to the car. Then something in her face shifted, a kind of resignation settling over her features. It's perfect, she whispered, a ghost of her old smile touching her lips, but her eyes remained dead. The first day was a fragile truce. We unpacked in silence, each of us claiming our respective corners of the cabin like territorial animals. I organized my things with methodical precision, clothes folded and stacked, toiletries arranged by size, my laptop and phone charging from the solar battery pack I'd brought. Chloe scattered her belongings with her usual creative chaos, art supplies spilling across her bed, clothes draped over chair backs, half-empty water bottles collecting on every surface. By mid-morning, the cabin felt claustrophobic. We needed space, air, distance from each other and from our own thoughts. I suggested we tackle a 5-mile loop of the Ozark Highlands Trail. The trail map showed a route that would take us up to a ridgeline with panoramic views before looping back to the cabin. It would be strenuous, but the physical exertion would leave us little breath for conversation, which suited us both fine. The hike started well enough. The trail was clearly marked with white blazes painted on tree trunks, and the morning was still relatively cool under the forest canopy. We climbed steadily, our boots crunching on the leaf litter, the only sounds our breathing and the occasional bird call overhead. The forest here was beautiful in its wildness, massive oaks and hickories hundreds of years old, their trunks thick as cars, their branches forming a ceiling so dense that little sunlight reached the forest floor. Ferns and moss carpeted the ground, and every few hundred yards we'd cross a small creek, the water running clear and cold over smooth stones. But as we climbed higher, I began to notice things that my rational mind tried to dismiss, but my gut couldn't ignore. The trees near the trail bore marks, deep gouges in the bark, some old and weathered, others fresh and oozing sap. They were too high and too deep to be from deer rubbing their antlers, too wide and too irregular to be from bears sharpening their claws. They looked like something had dragged itself past, scraping its body against the trunk, leaving behind parallel grooves that ran vertically down the bark. I didn't point them out to Chloe. She was already fragile enough. The air grew thick and hot as the sun climbed toward noon. The humidity pressing down on us like a wet blanket. Sweat soaked through our shirts and dripped from our faces. My bad knee, a souvenir from a climbing accident years ago, began to throb, but I pushed through it. At the summit, the view was exactly as promised, a sweeping panorama of rolling green mountains stretching to the horizon, ridge after ridge fading into a blue haze. It should have been breathtaking. Instead, it felt oppressive, as if the entire forest was watching us, waiting for something. We ate our sandwiches in near silence, but it was a comfortable silence for the first time in months. I caught Chloe looking at a hawk circling on the thermals, a genuine spark of interest in her eyes. It was a start. Maybe this trip wouldn't be a complete disaster after all. The descent was easier on our legs, but harder on our nerves. The temperature had continued to climb, and by the time we stumbled back into the clearing around the cabin, we were both exhausted and dehydrated. We spent the afternoon in a kind of stupor, sprawled on the porch, drinking water and watching the shadows lengthen across the clearing. That evening, as the sun began to dip below the tree line, I noticed it first. The gradual dimming of the forest sounds, the insects, the birds, the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. It was like someone was slowly turning down the volume on the world. By the time the sun touched the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that looked disturbingly like blood, the forest had gone completely silent. It wasn't the gradual layered hush of a normal forest night where one sound fades as another begins, crickets replacing songbirds, owls replacing hawks. This was abrupt, like a switch had been flipped. One moment the air was filled with the chittering of insects and the droning of cicadas. The next, there was nothing. A profound, unnatural silence pressed in on the cabin from all sides, so complete that I could hear the blood rushing in my ears and the mechanical ticking of my wristwatch. "Do you hear that?" Chloe asked, her voice a little too loud in the stillness. She had set down her sketchbook and was staring out into the darkening woods, her body tense. "Hear what? There's nothing to hear," I said, trying to sound dismissive, trying to convince myself as much as her. But she was right. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It wasn't the comfortable silence of a library or a sleeping house. It was an absence, a void where sound should have been, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We went inside as darkness fell, suddenly uncomfortable on the exposed porch. I locked the door and wedged a chair under the knob, an old habit from my years living alone in the city. Chloe raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. We made dinner on the propane camp stove, instant ramen with vegetables, instant coffee, granola bars for dessert. The meal was utilitarian and tasteless, but we were both too unsettled to care about food. The silence outside remained absolute. No wind, no animals, no insects, nothing. We sat at the wooden table, our forks scraping against our bowls the only sound, each of us lost in our own thoughts. I wanted to say something meaningful, something that would bridge the gap between us. But every potential sentence died in my throat. What was there to say? Sorry I let our brother die. Sorry I've been a terrible sister. Sorry I dragged you out to this godforsaken place. We went to bed early, more to escape each other than from any real tiredness. I lay on my narrow bed, staring up at the rough-hewn beams of the ceiling, counting knots in the wood to keep my mind from wandering to darker places. From across the room I could hear Chloe's breathing, quick and shallow, the breathing of someone pretending to sleep. Outside, the silence continued, pressing against the thin walls of the cabin like a living thing. The second night, the silence returned with the sunset, heavier and more complete than before. We didn't bother with the pretense of normalcy. We sat on the porch, nursing cups of lukewarm tea that neither of us really wanted, the quiet stretching our nerves taut. The stars overhead were brilliant, more stars than I'd seen in years, but their beauty felt cold and distant and utterly indifferent to our presence. Then a new sound started, a slow rhythmic scrape, 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 coming from the edge of the woods. It was the sound of rock grinding on rock, deliberate and methodical, with a weight behind it that I could almost feel vibrating through the ground. "What is that?" Chloe whispered, her eyes wide, her teacup frozen halfway to her lips. A small amount of tea sloshed over the rim, spattering on her jeans. "A deer, maybe rubbing its antlers on a rock," I offered, my own heart beginning to beat a little faster. But even as I said it, I knew it was wrong. The sound was too heavy, too consistent, too purposeful. Deer were random, sporadic in their movements. This was rhythmic, almost mechanical in its precision. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause, scrape. The sound continued for nearly an hour, seeming to move parallel to our clearing, staying just inside the tree line where the darkness was absolute. I tried to track it, to pinpoint its location, but the acoustics of the forest were deceptive. Sometimes it sounded like it was directly ahead of us. Other times it seemed to come from behind the cabin. Once, I could have sworn it was above us in the trees themselves, though that made no logical sense. My analytical mind tried to catalog possibilities: a bear rubbing against a tree, though that wouldn't produce the grinding sound; a falling branch scraping against stone, though the rhythm was too regular; some kind of geological process, rocks settling in the heat of the day, though that didn't explain the movement or the weight behind it. With each possibility, my rational explanations grew thinner, more desperate. Chloe's hand found mine on the armrest between our chairs. Her palm was slick with sweat and trembling. We sat there, two sisters united in fear, as the scraping continued its slow patrol around our clearing. Finally, after what felt like hours, it faded away, moving deeper into the forest. The silence rushed back in, somehow even more oppressive now that we knew what could fill it. We went to bed that night with the flimsy cabin door locked, the chair wedged firmly under the knob, and our hiking boots on, laced tight, just in case. Of what? I didn't let myself consider. I told myself we were being ridiculous, that fear was making us paranoid, that there was a rational explanation for everything, but I didn't believe it, not anymore. The next day, a pervasive feeling of being watched followed us everywhere. We tried another hike, determined not to let our fears trap us inside the cabin, but every shadow seemed to hide something. Every rustle of leaves made us jump. The beauty of the forest had transformed into something menacing. The trees no longer majestic, but imprisoning, their branches like reaching arms, their trunks like the bars of a cage. We cut the hike short, returning to the cabin before noon, both of us jumpy and exhausted, though we'd barely walked 3 miles. That evening, the scraping started earlier, while the sun was still setting, while we could still see the tree line clearly in the fading light. It was louder too, and unmistakably closer. It was coming from the darkest part of the woods, where the trail we'd hiked earlier disappeared into shadow, where the trees grew so close together that even in daylight it looked like dusk. "I'm going to see what it is," I said, my voice betraying a confidence I didn't feel. But the not knowing was worse than the knowing. The uncertainty was eating at me, my architect's brain demanding concrete answers, measurable data, something I could understand and therefore control. "Maya, no." Chloe grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my flesh hard enough to bruise. Her face was pale, her eyes showing white all around the irises. "We have to know," I insisted, pulling away, grabbing the heavy-duty flashlight from my pack, a solid metal maglite that could serve as a weapon if needed. I marched toward the edge of the clearing, Chloe trailing hesitantly behind me, her presence both a comfort and an added weight of responsibility. The scraping stopped as soon as I started moving, as if whatever was making it knew I was coming, as if it was waiting. The silence that replaced it was somehow worse. I swept the beam of the flashlight across the tree line, but the light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, creating only a small circle of illumination that made everything beyond it seem even darker by contrast. Then I pointed the beam at the ground, at the boundary where the cleared earth of our campsite met the forest floor. My breath caught in my throat. The flashlight trembled in my hand, making the beam dance and waver. There, in the hard-packed damp earth at the edge of the forest, were two deep parallel gouges. They were about a foot apart and dug several inches into the soil, deep enough that they'd broken through the topsoil and exposed the pale limestone beneath. They ran for about 6 feet, perfectly parallel, before disappearing into the underbrush. They looked as if something impossibly heavy, with two stone-like points or edges, had dragged itself out of the woods and then back in again. The displaced dirt was still dark and moist, piled up on the sides of the grooves like the wake behind a boat. They were fresh, made within the last few hours. Chloe let out a small, choked gasp behind me. I could hear her breath coming in quick, panicked gasps, the beginning of a panic attack I'd seen too many times since David died. I wanted to comfort her, but I couldn't look away from the marks. My mind was racing through possibilities, trying to find a rational explanation. A plow, out here, miles from any road, a fallen tree. Trees don't leave parallel grooves. Some kind of vehicle. There were no tire tracks, no other disturbance. We stood there for a long moment, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand, illuminating those terrible grooves in the earth. The only sound was the frantic thumping of my own heart and Chloe's shallow, rapid breathing beside me. The rational explanations, a fallen tree, some kind of farm equipment, anything, died in my mind before they could fully form. There was nothing rational about the marks in the ground. They were too deep, too deliberate, too recent. And in the heavy pressing silence of the Ozark night, I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that whatever had made them was still out there in the dark, and it was coming for us. We scrambled back into the cabin, slamming the door and fumbling with the deadbolt. The chair I had wedged under the knob last night now seemed like a child's toy, laughably inadequate against whatever had carved through limestone like it was soft clay. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had seen, no vocabulary to describe the fear that gripped us, bone deep and primal. This wasn't the clean academic fear of statistics and probabilities. This was the fear that lived in our genetic memory, the fear that kept our ancestors alive when the night was full of predators, and the only defense was fire and stone. The silence that had been our companion for 2 nights was now our enemy, a canvas against which every terrifying possibility could be painted. We dragged both beds to the center of the room, pushed them together, and sat back to back on them, facing opposite directions, so we could watch both the door and the windows. The flashlight sat between us, within easy reach. My phone showed no signal, as it had since we arrived. Chloe's was the same. We were alone, truly alone, in a way that city dwellers never are. And then the scraping started again. Not from the edge of the woods this time. It was in the clearing. It was slow, deliberate, and getting closer. Each scrape was a drawn-out grinding sound that vibrated through the floorboards and up my spine, resonating in my bones. My mind, usually a safe harbor of logic and reason, was a storm of raw fear. I thought of the gouges in the earth, the sheer weight required to carve into solid rock. I thought of the marks on the trees, too high and too deep for any animal I knew. I thought of David falling, his scream cutting off abruptly, and realized I might hear Chloe scream the same way before this night was over. Scrape, scrape. It was at the porch steps now. The wood creaked and groaned under a pressure it was never designed to bear. I heard nails popping loose, wood splintering, the sound of something immensely heavy testing each step before committing its full weight. The boards of the porch protested with high-pitched squeals that made me think of animals caught in traps. Chloe had backed against me, her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide and dark. Tears streamed down her face, silent and constant. Her whole body was shaking so violently that I could feel it through my back. I wanted to tell her it would be okay, but I couldn't lie to her. Not now, not when we could both hear death scraping its way toward us across the porch. Scrape. It was on the porch proper now, the boards bowing and cracking under its weight. The sound was deafeningly close, a heavy dragging weight accompanied by the grinding of stone on wood. Then a new sound, a low grinding noise like stone rubbing against the logs of the cabin wall right next to the boarded-up window. The wall itself vibrated with the pressure. Dust and bits of ancient mortar rained down from the chinks between the logs. Curiosity, or maybe some desperate need to understand the source of our terror, propelled me forward. Every instinct screamed at me to stay where I was, to curl into a ball and hide, but my analytical mind needed to see, to know, to understand. I crept to the window, my body trembling so violently I thought I might shake apart. I peered through a small, grimy pane of glass between two of the thick wooden slats. What I saw broke something fundamental in my understanding of the world. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't anything I had a name for, anything I could catalog or explain or fit into my neat mental boxes of taxonomy and biology. A hulking, vaguely humanoid shape blotted out the faint moonlight. Its body was a lumpy, asymmetrical mass of what looked like wet river rocks, dark moss, and thick, gnarled roots, all fused together into something that resembled a human form, the way a child's first drawing resembles a person. The basic structure was there, but wrong, all wrong. It stood maybe 8 feet tall, its proportions disturbing, torso too long, limbs too thick and irregular, head too small for the massive body. The surface was textured with stones of various sizes, some smooth and round like river stones, others jagged and sharp like freshly broken flint. Between the stones, moss grew in thick patches, dripping with moisture despite the dry weather. And threaded through everything were roots, thick, pale roots like exposed tendons, some as thin as string, others as thick as my arm, all woven together in a grotesque parody of muscle and sinew. It had no face, no eyes, no features at all. Where a head should be was just another lump of stone and moss, blank and terrible in its emptiness. It was just a thing of stone and earth and ancient organic matter, animated by some unknowable force, moving with a ponderous deliberateness that was somehow more terrifying than any fast predatory movement would have been. 2 long, heavy limbs ended in points of jagged rock, the source of the gouges. As I watched, frozen in horror, it dragged one of them against the wall again, testing its strength with a slow, relentless pressure. Splinters of wood flew from the log surface. The whole cabin shuddered. A deep, primal part of my brain screamed, but I couldn't make a sound. My throat had closed up, my breath trapped in my lungs. I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at this impossible thing, this violation of every natural law I'd ever learned. Maya, what is it? Chloe's voice was a ragged whisper, barely audible. I couldn't answer. I just backed away from the window, shaking my head, my hands pressed against my mouth to keep from screaming. The image was burned into my mind, seared into my memory with the intensity of a traumatic wound. The sight of it, the sheer wrongness of it, broke something in me. For a moment, all I could see was David falling, the rope snapping, my own hand reaching out, grasping at empty air. I had failed to save him. I would not fail to save Chloe. That single thought cut through the fog of my fear like a knife. The creature moved to the front of the cabin. A tremendous grinding pressure was applied to the door. It wasn't the frantic attack of a bear trying to reach food. It wasn't the panicked scrambling of any animal. It was slow, methodical, and patient, the action of something that had all the time in the world, something that knew its prey was trapped and couldn't escape. The thick oak of the door began to groan, the wood fibers screaming in protest. Splinters of wood rained down from the doorframe. Dust and bits of deteriorated mortar trickled from the ceiling like snow. We were in a box, and something was trying to patiently pry it open like a child taking apart a puzzle box to get at the candy inside. Chloe let out a sob, a raw sound of pure terror that seemed to come from her soul. "We're going to die here." "No, we're not," I said, my voice shaking but firm. My mind was racing, running through options, discarding them as quickly as they formed. Fight? With what? Run. The front door was blocked. Windows, most were too small, and the ones that weren't were boarded over. "Think, Chloe, think." "I can't," she cried, her body racked with shudders. Then her eyes went wide with something other than fear, a memory. "The map," she stammered, pointing a trembling finger at my backpack, which had fallen near the door when we'd scrambled away from the window. The map. There was an old trail, a logging trail. It went to a fire tower. A fire tower, a metal structure high off the ground, impossible for anything that heavy to climb. A place we could see from all directions, where nothing could sneak up on us. A place with a radio maybe, or at least visibility. A place where we might signal for help. A chance. a slim, desperate chance, but the only one we had. I scrambled for the pack, my hands clumsy as I unzipped it and pulled out the crumpled topographic map. While the creature's attention was focused on its slow, grinding assault on the front door, I spread the map on the floor, using the flashlight to read it. Chloe pressed close beside me, her breath hot on my cheek, her fear bleeding into mine. In the dim light we found it, a thin dotted line labeled Old Logging RD branching off the main trail about a half-mile back the way we'd come. It snaked through the contour lines for several miles before ending at a small symbol marked FT, Fire Tower. The elevation change was significant, maybe 800 feet, mostly uphill. Normally, in daylight, it would take maybe 2 hours. In the dark, with something hunting us, I didn't let myself finish that thought. Hope, as sharp and painful as a needle, pierced through my fear. "The back window," I whispered, pointing to the small square window above the kitchen sink. It was maybe 2 feet on a side, barely big enough for us to squeeze through, but it was our only option. The window faced away from the porch, away from where the creature was focused on destroying the front door. The creature at the door gave a tremendous shove, and a loud crack echoed through the cabin. I saw the wood around the deadbolt beginning to splinter. We didn't have much time. While the grinding and splintering at the front of the cabin covered our movements, we worked on the window. It was swollen shut with decades of humidity, the frame warped and sealed with layers of old paint. We put our shoulders into it, grunting with effort, trying to be quiet but desperate enough not to care about the noise we made. For a terrifying moment, it wouldn't budge. I could feel time running out, could hear the door beginning to give way behind us. Panic clawed at my throat. Then, with a shriek of protesting wood that seemed impossibly loud, the window gave way, swinging open into the night. Cool air rushed in, carrying the scent of forest decay and damp earth. Beyond the window was darkness, absolute and impenetrable. I hoisted Chloe up. "Go. Don't look back. Just run for the trail." She scrambled through, her body barely fitting through the narrow opening. I heard her drop to the soft ground outside with a thud and a gasp. I followed, hoisting myself up on the sink, pushing my shoulders through the opening. For a horrible moment, I thought I was stuck, my hips too wide, my pack snagging on something. Behind me, I heard a tremendous crack as the front door finally gave way. I pushed harder, feeling skin scrape away on the window frame, not caring, and then I was through, falling, landing awkwardly on my ankle. A sharp pain shot up my leg, bright and immediate. I had to bite down on my cry, but I ignored the pain, scrambling to my feet. We didn't dare look back, though I could hear it now, the sound of heavy footsteps inside the cabin, methodical and slow, the creature exploring the space we'd just escaped from. Behind us, the cabin's back wall shuddered as it moved inside. We ran. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, drawing blood, catching in our clothes and hair. The oppressive silence of the forest had returned now that the scraping had ceased, making every sound we made seem amplified, a beacon advertising our location. The only sounds were our own ragged breaths and the frantic pounding of our feet on the damp earth. The moon was a sliver, offering little light to guide us through the absolute darkness under the canopy. We ran with our hands outstretched like blind people, feeling for trees before we crashed into them, stumbling over roots and rocks, falling and scrambling back up without pause. Every shadow was a monster, every rustle of leaves was a new threat. The image of the rock and moss thing, faceless and relentless, propelled us onward, our fear a cold, hard knot in my stomach that pushed us beyond exhaustion, beyond pain, into a place of pure survival instinct. We ran blindly, desperately into the suffocating darkness of the woods. My lungs were on fire. Every breath was a ragged, tearing gasp that did nothing to quell the burning in my chest. Pain, sharp and insistent, radiated up from my ankle with every jarring step. Beside me, Chloe ran with a wild, desperate energy, her face pale and streaked with dirt in the faint moonlight that occasionally penetrated the canopy. The woods were a disorienting maze of black trunks and grasping branches. We ran without clear direction, propelled only by the memory of splintering wood and the image of that faceless, rock-hewn thing dragging itself through our cabin. Just when I thought my legs would give out, that I would collapse right there on the forest floor and never get up again, my foot caught on something, not a root, but a rut. I stumbled and fell hard, my bad ankle twisting beneath me. I cried out, a sound that was immediately swallowed by the immense silence, as if the forest itself had absorbed it. Maya, Chloe, was at my side instantly, hauling me up with strength I didn't know she had. "I'm okay," I gasped, though my vision swam with pain and I could feel warm blood trickling down my shin where I'd scraped it on a rock. I looked down, trying to get my bearings. It wasn't just one rut, it was two faint parallel depressions in the earth, mostly overgrown with weeds and small saplings, but still discernible beneath the plant growth. It was a path, a man-made path. The old logging trail. Hope, thin and fragile as spider silk, flickered within me. We had found it. We followed the faint trail, half running, half stumbling. It was a grueling, endless journey through the dark. My ankle sent bolts of agony up my leg with every step. Sweat stung my eyes and soaked through my clothes. My throat was raw from gasping for air. The silence pressed in, a physical weight that seemed to slow us down, to make every step harder. I found myself listening, straining to hear the scrape of rock on rock behind us, the sound of pursuit, but there was nothing. Only the sound of our own labored breathing and the crunch of our feet on the forest debris. The absence of pursuit was almost as terrifying as the pursuit itself. Where had it gone? Was it following us silently? Was it ahead of us, waiting? Could something that large move without sound? My mind conjured images of it standing just off the trail, perfectly still, letting us run past before reaching out with those terrible stone limbs. The trail climbed steadily, and my injured ankle screamed with every upward step. Chloe stayed beside me, half supporting me, neither of us speaking because we needed every ounce of breath for movement. Time lost meaning. It could have been an hour or 3 hours, I had no way to know. My world had contracted to the next step, and the next, and the next. The sky ahead began to soften almost imperceptibly from impenetrable black to a deep bruised purple, the first hint of approaching dawn. And then we saw it. As we crested a small rise, a silhouette emerged against the lightning sky, a stark skeletal structure of metal crossbeams and struts pointing a finger at the heavens, the fire tower. It rose maybe 60 feet into the air, a testament to a bygone era of forest management. Even from a distance I could see the rust on the metal, the age of the structure. But it was there, it was real, and it was our salvation. The sight broke through our exhaustion. We summoned a final, desperate burst of energy, adrenaline flooding our systems, giving us strength we shouldn't have had. We scrambled up the steep incline toward its base, grabbing at saplings and rocks to pull ourselves up faster. The tower was old, rusted, and forgotten. A chain-link fence surrounded it, the metal corroded, the warning signs faded and illegible. But a section had long ago collapsed, probably torn down by weather or vandals, leaving a gap we could squeeze through. We squeezed through and ran to the base of the metal staircase that spiraled up into the sky. The steps were narrow, made of perforated metal that would give any modern safety inspector a heart attack. But I had never been so happy to see rusted steel in my life. The climb was terrifying in its own right. The metal steps groaned and creaked under our weight, slick with morning dew. Some of the bolts holding the structure together were missing, leaving the railing loose and wobbly. With every upward step, I expected a rung to give way, sending us plummeting back into the darkness. We didn't stop, didn't look down, just climbed and climbed, our hands gripping the railing so hard that my fingers went numb. 60 feet has never seemed so far. My legs burned. My ankle was a source of constant agony. But we climbed, step after step, the spiral staircase, seeming to go on forever. Finally, we reached the small glass-paneled cab at the very top. I shoved the door open. Thankfully, it wasn't locked, and we collapsed inside, huddling together on the floor, our bodies shaking uncontrollably, too exhausted even to cry. From our vantage point, as our breathing slowly returned to normal and the adrenaline began to fade, we watched the sun rise. It was the most beautiful and welcome sight of my life. Ribbons of orange and pink unfurled across the horizon, pushing back the shadows and illuminating the vast rolling sea of the Ozark National Forest. The dark, menacing forest of night transformed into something beautiful again under the light of day. Just trees, just hills, just nature. And with the light came sound. First a single bird chirped tentatively, as if testing whether it was safe. Then another joined in. Within minutes the air was filled with a chorus of birdsong, the rustle of wind through the canopy, the hum of insects, the normal natural sounds of the world reasserting themselves. The unnatural silence was broken, pushed back by the sun, by the daylight, by reality reasserting itself over nightmare. We were safe. We stayed in the tower until the sun was high in the sky, its full light a comforting blanket. We found an old logbook, its pages yellowed and water-stained, with entries dating back to 2016, the last time anyone had been here. We found emergency supplies, bottles of water, energy bars, a first aid kit. We treated my ankle, wrapping it tightly, and ate the stale energy bars without tasting them. We were alive. That was all that mattered. We made the difficult choice. The car, our phones, my laptop, Chloe's art supplies, all of it would be left behind at the cabin. They were just things, replaceable. We could not bring ourselves to hike back, could not force ourselves to approach that clearing again, to see what might be waiting. The walk out, following the logging trail to where it eventually met a gravel service road, was a long, nerve-wracking ordeal. Even in daylight, every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every snap of a twig made us jump. It took hours before we finally saw a plume of dust from an approaching truck. An old Ford driven by a park ranger, a man in his 60s with weathered skin and kind eyes. He saw our torn clothes, our scratched faces, my swollen ankle, and our exhaustion, and listened with a patient, practiced skepticism as we told him we got lost, that a bear had torn apart our cabin. It was easier than trying to explain the truth. Who would believe the truth? We didn't even fully believe it ourselves, not in the bright light of day, not sitting in the cab of his truck with the radio playing country music and the air conditioning blowing. He nodded, his expression giving nothing away, and drove us back to the nearest town, a small place called Ferndale, population maybe 1,500. We filed a report with the local sheriff, who promised to send someone to check on the cabin and retrieve our belongings. We gave him directions, marked the location on his map. We never heard from him again. We didn't push it. We took a Greyhound bus back to the city, leaving that entire chapter of our lives behind in the Arkansas woods. We sat in the back, watching the mountains disappear behind us, neither of us speaking about what had happened, both of us knowing we never would. Months have passed, winter has come and gone. Chloe and I talk now. We talk about everything except that night. The shared terror forged a bond between us that grief had nearly shattered. She's sculpting again, not with wood and stone. She can't touch stone anymore, but with welded metal, creating things of stark, angular beauty, abstract pieces that galleries are starting to notice. I'm designing buildings again, finding comfort in the solid, predictable laws of physics, in foundations and load-bearing walls and structures that make sense. We meet for coffee every week, sometimes twice a week. We are survivors. That is our ending. But sometimes in the quiet moments when I'm alone in my apartment, and the city outside has fallen into a momentary hush between the passing of one car and the arrival of another, in that brief pocket of silence, I can still feel it, that profound, unnatural stillness. And I remember the slow, rhythmic scrape of rock on rock and the faceless, silent thing that lurks in the deep woods, waiting in the stillness of the Ozarks. We know what we saw. We know that there are places humans shouldn't go, where the normal rules don't apply, where things exist that have no place in our understanding of the world, and we know that we were lucky to escape with only our memories and our nightmares. Some people, I think, aren't so lucky. Some people never make it out at all. The drive up to northern Montana had taken us nearly 8 hours, winding through progressively narrower roads until we finally reached the cabin nestled in a depression between two towering peaks. My brother Johnny and I had been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the suffocating routine of our daily lives and immerse ourselves in the wilderness we both loved. The cabin belonged to a friend of Johnny's from college, who'd graciously offered it to us for the week. It sat alone among dense pines and aspens, accessible only by a rutted dirt road that seemed to disappear entirely in places. I'm Mitchell, 26 years old, and Johnny is 31. We'd grown up camping and hiking with our father before he passed away 3 years ago, and these trips had become our way of staying connected to those memories and to each other. The cabin was exactly what we'd hoped for, rustic but comfortable, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and large windows that looked out onto the forest pressing close on all sides. We arrived around noon on that Saturday in late September 2022, the air crisp with the promise of early autumn. After unloading our gear, we spent the afternoon settling in, testing the fireplace, and walking the immediate perimeter of the property. The isolation was profound. Our nearest neighbor, according to Johnny's friend, was at least 4 miles away through difficult terrain. Cell service was non-existent. We had a landline in the cabin for emergencies, but otherwise we were completely cut off from the outside world. By evening, exhaustion from the long drive had settled into my bones. I stretched out on the worn leather couch near the fireplace, watching the flames dance while Johnny puttered around the kitchen, familiarizing himself with where everything was stored. The sun was still visible through the western windows, painting the tree trunks in shades of amber and gold. "I'm going to take a quick walk before it gets dark," Johnny announced around 5:30, pulling on his boots. "Just want to check out that trail behind the cabin." I barely lifted my head from the cushion. "All right," I mumbled, already half asleep. I noticed he didn't grab his backpack or even a flashlight, just headed out the door in his hiking clothes. That told me he planned to be back soon, probably just a quick reconnaissance of the area. The warmth from the fireplace made my eyelids heavy. I drifted in and out of consciousness, vaguely aware of the light gradually fading from the windows. When I finally opened my eyes fully, the cabin was draped in deep shadow, illuminated only by the flickering orange glow of the fire. I sat up abruptly, suddenly alert. The quality of darkness outside wasn't just dusk, it was full night. I checked my watch, 7:45 p.m. Johnny had been gone for over 2 hours. A knot of worry formed in my stomach. Johnny knew these woods, but he didn't know these woods specifically, and he'd left without any gear, no light source, no way to signal for help if something went wrong. We were in serious bear country up here. I'd seen the warning signs posted along the road on our way in. Black bears were common, and there had been grizzly sightings in the area over the past few years. I jumped up and quickly gathered my day pack, checking to make sure it had the essentials: water bottle, first aid kit, emergency whistle. I grabbed my headlamp and a heavy-duty flashlight, then headed for the door, my heart rate already elevated. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I could see my breath misting in the air as I stepped off the porch. The trail Johnny had mentioned started about 30 yards behind the cabin, a narrow path that wound upward through the pines. I switched on my headlamp and began walking quickly, calling out his name every few minutes. The beam of light created a tunnel through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks and undergrowth, but making everything beyond that circle seem even more impenetrably black. The forest at night is a different world entirely. During the day it feels open, navigable, alive with the sounds of birds and small animals. But at night it closes in. Every snapping twig sounds amplified. Every shadow could conceal something watching, waiting. I tried to focus on finding Johnny, but my mind kept conjuring images of him lying injured somewhere off the trail, or worse, encountering a bear that had decided to defend its territory. About 10 minutes into my search, I began to feel something else. A sensation I initially dismissed as just anxiety about Johnny's safety. But it persisted, growing stronger. It was the uncomfortable awareness of being observed. I found myself stopping frequently, turning around to shine my light back down the trail, certain I would catch sight of something or someone behind me. But there was never anything there, just trees and darkness and that oppressive sense of presence. I told myself it was just nerves, just the natural human response to being alone in an unfamiliar place after dark. But my body didn't believe it. My shoulders were tense, my breathing shallow. I kept one hand on the can of bear spray attached to my belt, though some instinct told me that whatever I was sensing wasn't an animal. Then I saw movement ahead. The beam of my flashlight caught a figure coming down the trail toward me, moving at a pace that was faster than a casual walk, but not quite running. Relief washed over me as I recognized Johnny's distinctive gait and the flannel shirt he'd been wearing. "Johnny," I called out, hurrying toward him. He looked up at me, and even from a distance I could see the tension in his face. His eyes were wide, darting between me and the woods behind him. We both started talking at once, our words overlapping. "Where have you been?" I was worried. "We need to get back to the cabin, Mitch. We need to go." "What happened? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, but we need to move. Come on." We ended up just walking quickly back together, not quite running, but moving with definite urgency. Johnny kept glancing over his shoulder, and I found myself doing the same, that feeling of being watched intensifying rather than diminishing now that we were together. Neither of us said anything more until we were back inside the cabin with the door closed and locked behind us. Johnny went straight to the sink and splashed water on his face, his hands shaking slightly as he gripped the edge of the counter. I waited, giving him a moment to collect himself before I asked again what had happened. "There was someone out there," Johnny finally said, his voice quiet but steady. He turned to face me, leaning back against the counter. About 20 minutes into my walk, I started getting this feeling that I wasn't alone. You know that feeling? Like when you can just sense someone staring at you. I nodded, thinking of my own experience on the trail just minutes ago. At first I thought I was being paranoid, he continued, but then I saw him. There was a man standing maybe 40-50 feet off the trail, just barely visible between the trees. He wasn't moving, wasn't doing anything, just standing there, watching me. "Did he say anything? Try to approach you?" Johnny shook his head. "No, that was the thing. He just stood there. I stopped and called out, asked if he needed help, if he was lost or anything. He didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge that I'd spoken, just kept staring at me with this expression that I can't really describe. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it wasn't friendly either. It was wrong somehow." He ran his hand through his hair, a gesture I recognized from childhood whenever he was trying to work through something that bothered him. I decided to just keep walking, figured maybe he was camped nearby or something and didn't feel like being social. But then I started noticing him again, further up the trail. He was keeping pace with me, moving through the trees parallel to the path, never getting closer but never falling behind either. "Jesus," I breathed, then corrected myself. "God." The third time I spotted him, I knew something was seriously off. No one just randomly follows a stranger through the woods like that. I thought about heading back right then, but it was still light out, and I was worried that if I turned around, he might see it as an invitation to approach me, or worse, that he might follow me back here to the cabin. That made sense, and I felt a surge of respect for my brother's clear thinking, even in an unsettling situation. "So you waited until dark?" I found a spot where the trail widened out a bit and just sat on a fallen log pretending to rest. I kept my eye on where I'd last seen him. After about 20 minutes I couldn't see him anymore. Couldn't see much of anything by then, honestly. That's when I started heading back. I figured the darkness would give me cover, and if he was still out there, at least I'd know he couldn't see me any better than I could see him. We stood in silence for a moment, processing. The cabin suddenly felt very small, very isolated. I thought about that landline phone on the wall, our only connection to the outside world, and wondered if we should call the local sheriff's department. But what would we say? My brother saw someone in the woods. That wasn't exactly a crime. "Look," Johnny said, clearly reading my thoughts. "It was probably nothing. Could have been another hiker, someone just as surprised to run into me as I was to see him. Maybe he was trying to avoid me, and that's why he kept his distance. People come up here to be alone, right?" I wanted to believe that. I tried to convince myself that it made sense, but I kept thinking about how I'd felt on the trail, that certainty that I was being observed from the darkness beyond my flashlight's beam. "Let's just stay aware," Johnny added. "Keep the doors locked, maybe take turns keeping watch tonight. Tomorrow we'll do our big hike, and by the time we get back, whoever that was will have moved on. Deal?" "Deal," I agreed, though I wasn't sure I believed it would be that simple. We made dinner together, pasta with canned sauce, nothing fancy, and ate mostly in silence. The cabin felt different now, less like a cozy retreat and more like a fragile shelter. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind against the windows made us look up, made us listen. We were two grown men, both in good physical shape, both experienced in the outdoors, but fear has a way of reducing you, of making you feel vulnerable no matter how capable you might be. After cleaning up, we went out to the front porch and built up the fire pit that sat about 20 feet from the cabin's entrance. The night was cold enough that our breath created small clouds, but the fire pushed back against the darkness, creating a bubble of warmth and light. We positioned our chairs so we were facing outward, away from the cabin, giving us a view of the clearing and the tree line beyond. "Dad would have loved this place," Johnny said after a while, his voice soft. "Yeah, he would have," I agreed. Our father had been the one who taught us to read trails, to identify trees and animal tracks, to respect the wilderness while not being afraid of it. Remember that time he woke us up at 3 in the morning to see the meteor shower? Johnny smiled. We were so mad at him. But then we got outside and it was incredible. Must have been hundreds of them. We shared stories for hours, keeping our voices low, occasionally adding wood to the fire. Despite the pleasant conversation, we both remained alert, our eyes constantly scanning the perimeter of the clearing. I caught Johnny staring intently into the trees more than once, his body tensing as if he'd seen something, only to relax again after a moment. Around midnight, the mountains around us seemed to grow quieter. The night sounds that had been a constant backdrop, insects, the occasional rustle of small animals, the whisper of wind through pine needles, all seemed to diminish, as if the forest itself was holding still, listening for something. "Let's head inside," Johnny suggested, standing and stretching. "We've got an early start tomorrow." We doused the fire carefully, making sure every ember was extinguished, then went back into the cabin. I took the couch near the fireplace while Johnny took the bedroom. We agreed to sleep in shifts, though neither of us explicitly said why. Johnny insisted on taking the first watch, and I was too tired to argue. The exhaustion from the long drive, combined with the adrenaline crash from the worry and tension of the evening, pulled me down into sleep almost immediately. I woke to the smell of coffee and weak sunlight filtering through the cabin windows. Johnny was already up, dressed in his hiking clothes and making breakfast. He looked tired. His watch shift had apparently stretched through most of the night, but he managed a smile when he saw me stirring. "Morning sunshine," he said. "Nothing happened. Quiet all night." I felt a wave of relief. Maybe we really had been overreacting. In the daylight, the previous evening's fears seemed almost silly, the product of overactive imaginations in an unfamiliar place. I got up and helped with breakfast, and we discussed our plans for the day over coffee and oatmeal. The main hike in the area was a challenging trail that climbed to the peak of the taller mountain to the east of the cabin. According to the information Johnny's friend had provided, it was about 6 hours round trip, with spectacular views from the summit. We'd come here specifically for this hike, and despite our unsettling first evening, neither of us wanted to let it stop us from doing what we'd planned. We packed our day bags carefully: water, snacks, first aid kit, emergency supplies, bear spray. Johnny even brought the emergency beacon his friend had left in the cabin, though we both hoped we wouldn't need it. By 8:30 a.m. we were heading out, the morning sun warming the air and burning off the last wisps of mist that clung to the trees. The hike was everything we'd hoped for. The trail was well maintained but challenging, taking us through old-growth forest before emerging above the tree line onto rocky slopes that required careful navigation. The views were breathtaking, endless peaks stretching away in every direction, the valleys below filled with shadow and morning fog. At the summit, we took a long break, eating lunch and just enjoying the profound silence and beauty of the high country. The descent was always harder than the climb, and by the time we reached the lower elevations again, my legs were burning and my feet were beginning to blister. Johnny looked equally tired, though he tried to hide it. That last hour of walking back to the cabin felt interminable, each step requiring conscious effort. We'd been gone for nearly 7 hours, longer than anticipated, and the sun was already starting its descent toward the western peaks. When the cabin finally came into view through the trees, I felt a surge of relief so strong it was almost emotional. All I wanted was to collapse on that couch, maybe soak my feet in cold water, and rest. Johnny reached the porch first, pulling open the door and tossing his pack down with a groan. "I'm taking a shower," he announced. "God, I need to wash the trail off me." "Go ahead," I said, following him inside. "I'll wait." The cabin only had one bathroom, so we had to take turns. I didn't mind waiting. I was perfectly content to sprawl on the couch and rest my aching muscles. Johnny grabbed some clean clothes from his bag and disappeared down the short hallway toward the bedroom and bathroom. I lay there for several minutes, eyes closed, listening to the sounds of Johnny moving around in the bedroom. I heard the closet door open, heard his footsteps on the wooden floor, but then I realized something. I hadn't heard the shower start. The cabin's water system used a pump that made a distinctive loud whirring sound whenever someone turned on a faucet or shower. It was obnoxious, but it was reliable, and I definitely hadn't heard it. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, wondering why Johnny hadn't started the shower yet. Maybe he was laying out his clothes first, or checking his phone for the brief moment when he might catch a signal. But as the seconds stretched into a minute, then 2 minutes, that gnawing feeling of unease from the previous night began to return. Without fully understanding why, I found myself thinking about the man Johnny had seen in the woods. I sat up and went to the nearest window, peering out into the clearing around the cabin. The shadows were lengthening as the sun dropped, but I could still see clearly. There was no one there, nothing out of place. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting yesterday's incident make me paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I walked back toward the couch and stood there, listening. The cabin was silent except for the ticking of the clock on the mantel and the settling sounds old buildings make. No water pump, no sounds of movement from the bedroom, nothing.
Johnny?
I called out. No response. My heart rate picked up. I moved down the hallway toward the bedroom, each step feeling heavy, deliberate. The door was closed, which struck me as odd. Why would he close it just to take a shower? I reached out and knocked gently on the wooden surface. "Johnny," I said again, louder this time. Still nothing. A terrible certainty was building in my chest, squeezing my lungs. Something was very wrong. I gripped the doorknob and turned it slowly, pushing the door open just a crack, maybe 3 or 4 inches. Through that narrow gap, I could see into the bedroom. What I saw froze me in place. Johnny was kneeling in the far corner of the room, facing the door, facing me. His eyes were wide with terror, so wide I could see white all around the irises. His mouth was slightly open, his jaw tight. He was looking directly at me, and as our eyes met, he gave the smallest, most subtle shake of his head. No. A clear message: go away, get out, run. The fear in his expression was so raw, so genuine, that it sent an electric jolt of panic through my entire body. In 31 years, I had never seen my brother look afraid like that. Johnny was the tough one, the protector, the big brother who'd always made me feel safe. Seeing him reduced to this state of terror made my blood feel like it was draining from my body. I pushed the door open further, my hands shaking, and that's when I saw him. A man stood just a few feet from Johnny, positioned so that he'd been hidden behind the door when it was only cracked open. He was tall, maybe 6'2" or 6'3", and painfully thin, his clothes hanging off his frame like they'd been made for someone larger. His jeans were torn and filthy, stained with dirt and what might have been old blood. His shirt had once been white but was now a mottled gray-brown. His hair hung in long, greasy ropes past his shoulders, so matted and tangled it was impossible to tell its original color. But it was his face that I'll never forget. His skin was pale, almost gray, stretched tight over the bones of his skull. He hadn't shaved in weeks, maybe months, and his beard grew in patchy, uneven clumps. His eyes were wide and staring, with deep shadows beneath them, giving him the appearance of someone who hadn't slept properly in a very long time. Those eyes had a quality I can only describe as feral, human, yes, but somehow disconnected from the normal emotions and behaviors you expect to see in a person's face. He was holding a gun. It was pointed loosely in Johnny's direction, and as I entered the room fully, those terrible eyes shifted to me. The man's mouth opened slightly, and I could see his teeth were yellowed and crooked. He made a sound, not quite words, more like a low growl of warning. I didn't think. There was no time for thought, no opportunity to weigh options or calculate odds. My brother was in danger, and the man with the gun had turned his attention to me, which meant the weapon had shifted slightly away from Johnny. Pure instinct took over, the desperate, irrational instinct to protect someone you love. I charged. In the 3 or 4 seconds it took me to cross the room, everything seemed to happen in slow motion and at lightning speed simultaneously. I saw the man's eyes widen in surprise. I saw his arm begin to swing the gun toward me. I saw Johnny starting to rise from his kneeling position, understanding what I was doing. Then I collided with the intruder with all the force of my 180 pounds moving at a full sprint. We went down hard. I heard the gun clatter across the wooden floor, and then Johnny was there, his hands reaching for the weapon, grabbing it and sliding it away across the room toward the door. The man beneath me was screaming, a high-pitched, inhuman sound that didn't seem like it should come from an adult male. He thrashed and twisted, his body incredibly strong despite his emaciated appearance. His hands came up, fingers curved into claws, going for my eyes. I caught his wrists and tried to pin them, but he jerked his head forward and tried to bite my arm. I recoiled instinctively, and he used that moment to partially buck me off. Johnny grabbed him from behind, wrapping his arms around the man's torso, trying to restrain him, but the intruder seemed to have strength born of pure desperation or madness. The sounds he was making were terrible, screaming, screeching, making guttural noises deep in his throat. He smelled awful, a combination of old sweat, unwashed body, and something else I couldn't identify, something rotten and organic. His fingernails were long and broken, and when he raked them across my forearm, they left deep scratches that immediately welled with blood. "Hold him," Johnny shouted. "Mitch, help me hold him down." I got my weight back on top of the man's legs while Johnny tried to control his upper body. Even with both of us working together, it took everything we had to keep him from breaking free. He wasn't just fighting us, he was fighting with the panicked intensity of a trapped animal, all survival instinct and no rational thought. Minutes passed, though they felt like hours. The man never stopped struggling, never showed any sign of tiring. My muscles were burning, my arms shaking with the effort of restraining him. Johnny's face was red, his breathing labored. "We need to tie him up," I managed to gasp out. "Can you hold him yourself for a minute?" Johnny asked. "I don't know. You have to. I need to find something to restrain him with." I repositioned myself, using my weight to pin the man's torso while keeping hold of his wrists. Johnny scrambled up and began tearing through the room, looking for anything that could serve as restraints. He pulled the sheets off the bed and used his pocket knife to cut them into strips. The man beneath me continued his inhuman screeching, twisting, and writhing. Johnny came back with the improvised restraints, and together we managed to get the man's wrists tied behind his back, then his ankles bound together. We used more strips of sheet to tie his ankles to his wrists, putting him in a position where he couldn't get leverage to stand or break free. The whole time he never stopped making those terrible sounds. "I'll get the car ready," I told Johnny, standing up on shaky legs. "You stay here and make sure he doesn't get loose." Johnny nodded, his face pale but determined. He'd retrieved the gun and held it carefully, pointed away from both of us but ready, if the man somehow managed to free himself. I ran outside, my heart hammering against my ribs. Our bags were still packed from the hike, so I just grabbed them and threw them in the back of Johnny's SUV. I started the engine and pulled the vehicle closer to the cabin's front door, then ran back inside. The man was still struggling against his restraints, though with less intensity now. Perhaps he was finally tiring, or perhaps he was beginning to realize that escape was impossible. We grabbed a few more of our essential items, phones, wallets, keys, and then backed toward the door, keeping our eyes on the intruder until we were outside. As we got into the SUV, we could still hear him screaming from inside the cabin, a sound that seemed to follow us as we accelerated down the dirt road. I drove while Johnny held the gun carefully in his lap, wrapped in a towel. Neither of us spoke for the first several miles, both of us still processing what had just happened, still riding the adrenaline surge that had gotten us through the confrontation. It took 20 minutes of driving before we got cell signal. Johnny immediately dialed 911, explaining the situation as calmly as he could to the dispatcher, while I continued driving, putting as much distance between us and the cabin as possible. We were told to drive to a gas station in a small town about 40 miles from the cabin and wait there for law enforcement to meet us. The county sheriff and 2 deputies arrived an hour later. We gave our statements, turned over the gun, and provided detailed descriptions of the man and what had happened. They listened carefully, asked clarifying questions, and then headed up to the cabin with backup and emergency medical personnel, in case the man was still there and needed medical attention, or in case he posed a continued threat. We waited at the gas station for 3 more hours, drinking bad coffee and slowly coming down from the adrenaline. When the sheriff returned, his expression was grim. "He's gone," he told us. "The cabin's empty except for the torn-up sheets you used to restrain him. We found them scattered on the floor in the bedroom, no sign of the perpetrator. We've got people searching the area, but those woods are dense, and if he knows the terrain..." He didn't have to finish the sentence. We understood. The man had vanished back into the wilderness. Over the following days, as we gave more detailed statements and the investigation progressed, we learned more about the gun. It was registered to a man named Carl Henderson, who had gone missing 5 years earlier in 2017 from a small town about 50 miles from where we'd been staying. He'd been 48 years old at the time of his disappearance, last seen heading out for a solo hunting trip. He'd never returned, and despite extensive searches, no trace of him had ever been found. The physical description we gave of our attacker didn't match Henderson's description. Henderson had been shorter, heavier, with sandy blonde hair. The man who'd held us at gunpoint had been tall, dark-haired, and gaunt to the point of appearing skeletal. The sheriff explained to us, his voice carefully neutral, that their working theory was that our attacker had likely encountered Henderson 5 years ago, had attacked him, and had taken his weapon. Henderson's disappearance was now being treated as a probable homicide, though without a body or more evidence, they couldn't prove anything definitively. As for our attacker, they had nothing. No identification, no matches in any databases, no missing persons reports that fit his description. He was a ghost, someone living off the grid in those mountains, and now he'd vanished back into them. If we hadn't gotten that gun away from him, the sheriff said quietly, you boys would probably be missing persons cases too. You're damn lucky. Johnny and I looked at each other. Lucky. That was one word for it. Johnny later told me the full story of what happened when he'd gone into the bedroom. He'd been starting to undress for his shower when he heard a slight sound, just the creak of a floorboard. He'd turned around and the man was simply there, standing in the corner by the closet, as if he'd materialized from nothing. He must have been hiding in the cabin the entire time we'd been gone on our hike, waiting for us to return, waiting for an opportunity to get us separated and vulnerable. The man had raised the gun immediately, motioning for Johnny to kneel in the corner. He'd whispered something Johnny couldn't make out the words, but the tone had been clear, comply or die. The man had then told Johnny to call me into the room. Johnny had refused, knowing that if I walked in unaware, the man would have had complete control of the situation. He'd been prepared to die rather than lure me into a trap. But I'd walked in anyway, and somehow through luck or instinct or God's intervention, I'd reacted in a way that gave us a fighting chance. We drove back home the next day, neither of us interested in spending another moment in that area. Johnny's friend understood completely when we explained what happened, though we could tell he was shaken by the thought that his cabin had been invaded by someone so dangerous. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares. I'd wake up seeing those wide, feral eyes staring at me, or hearing those terrible screeching sounds. Johnny admitted he was having similar dreams. We talked about it sometimes, trying to process the trauma, trying to understand what we'd survived. The investigation is still technically open, but it's been over a year now with no new leads. The man is still out there somewhere in those mountains, or maybe he's moved on to some other remote area. The authorities increased patrols in the region for a while, warned other cabin owners and hikers to be vigilant, but as time passes and no other incidents are reported, attention naturally fades. Johnny and I still go on hiking trips, still spend time in the wilderness we love, but we're more careful now, more aware. We always stay together, always keep our eyes open, and we never ever let our guard down completely. Because we know now that monsters are real. They don't hide under beds or lurk in closets. They live in the spaces between civilization, in the deep woods and isolated places, and they're far more terrifying than any creature from folklore could ever be. They're human beings who've crossed some line, who've abandoned whatever it is that makes us civilized, and they're capable of things that most people can't even imagine. Sometimes late at night I think about Carl Henderson, the man whose gun ended up in the hands of our attacker. I wonder what his last moments were like, whether he suffered, whether he had time to be afraid. I think about how easily that could have been us, how close we came to becoming just another set of missing persons, a mystery that would never be solved. And I think about that night. Johnny saw the man in the woods, watching him, stalking him. The man who was patient enough to wait until we were back at the cabin, vulnerable enough to attack. I wonder how long he'd been watching the cabin before we arrived, whether he'd done this before to other people, whether there are other victims out there we don't know about. These thoughts haunt me, but they also remind me of something important. We survived. Through some combination of awareness, quick thinking, and sheer determination, Johnny and I made it out of that situation alive. We protected each other, just like our father taught us to do all those years ago. That's what I hold on to when the nightmares come. Not the fear or the horror of what happened, but the fact that when it mattered most, we didn't give up. We fought back, and we won. But I know we were also incredibly fortunate. Things could have gone so differently with just the smallest change if I hadn't come looking for Johnny when I did, if the gun had gone off during our struggle, if the man had been just a little stronger, or we'd been a little weaker. The wilderness is beautiful and healing, but it's also dangerous and unforgiving. It holds secrets in its deep places, and sometimes those secrets wear human faces. That's a truth we carry with us now, one that's changed how we see the world and how we move through it. We're more cautious, yes, but we're also more grateful for each other, for the life we still have, and for every sunset we get to see from a mountain peak. Because we know, better than most people ever will, just how precious and fragile those moments truly are. The 11th of June, 1955. There I was, trekking through the Gila Wilderness in New Mexico. Some folks head to the beach for vacation, but not me. I always head for the hills, a sucker for a good trail. The crunch of gravel under my boots, the smell of pine needles sharp in my nose, nothing beats it. This time, though, the trail took a turn I wasn't expecting. A turn that still makes my gut clench when I think about it, even all these years later. It was day 3 of my solo hike. The sun was beating down like a hammer on an anvil, and I was sweating like a sinner in church. But the scenery made it all worthwhile. Towering ponderosa pines stretched into the clear blue sky. The occasional flash of a blue jay caught my eye, and the distant rumble of a waterfall provided a soothing soundtrack. It was just me, Mother Nature, and a granola bar that tasted like cardboard. Life was good. And then I saw it, lying smack in the middle of the trail like someone had dropped it from the sky. A backpack, and a fancy one at that, all high-tech nylon and shiny buckles. It looked brand spanking new. I figured some city slicker had overestimated their wilderness skills and dumped their gear to lighten their load. Cautiously, I poked the pack with the toe of my boot. No response. I unzipped a pocket and found a wallet inside. Driver's license, credit cards, the works. The name on the ID read Stanley Burdock. Poor bastard probably wouldn't make it far without his supplies. With a sigh, I slung the heavy pack over my shoulder, adding a good 10 pounds to my load. But hey, good karma, right? I'd drop it off at the ranger station when I got back to civilization. No skin off my back. Oh, how naive I was. A couple hours later, I came across something else unexpected. A campsite tucked away under a cluster of Douglas firs. The tent was ripped to shreds, the sleeping bag torn open like a gutted fish. And there, lying next to the cold remnants of a campfire, was Stanley Burdock. Or what was left of him anyway. I'd never seen anything like it. Half his face was just gone, like something had taken a massive bite out of a ripe watermelon. His clothes were in tatters, limbs twisted at sickening, unnatural angles. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air. I didn't stick around to examine the gory details. I just turned, threw up the meager contents of my stomach, and hightailed it out of there as fast as my trembling legs could carry me. I ran until my lungs burned and my muscles screamed for mercy. Finally collapsing by a gurgling stream, I gasped for breath, my heart threatening to hammer right out of my heaving chest. What the hell had happened to that poor guy? A bear attack? A mountain lion? Or something far worse that my mind shied away from contemplating? I didn't sleep a wink that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Burdock's mangled face, that garish wound gaping like a second screaming mouth. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig had me jumping like a scared rabbit, clutching my hunting knife with white knuckles. I've never been so glad to see the sun rise. By the time dawn broke, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink, I was an exhausted, jittery wreck. I decided then and there to cut my trip short and hike back to the ranger station as quickly as my weary legs could manage. The return trek felt twice as long as the hike in. Every shifting shadow morphed into a hulking, bloodthirsty beast. Every whisper of wind carried the echo of an agonized scream. My imagination ran wild with dark possibilities. When the rustic ranger station finally came into view, I could have wept with relief. I practically kissed the sun-baked earth. So glad was I to return to some shred of civilization and sanity. The ranger on duty, a grizzled old-timer by the name of Bill, listened to my frantic tale with a stony expression that could have been carved from the faces of the surrounding cliffs. "We've had reports of missing hikers," he said, his voice gravelly from years of barking orders and breathing campfire smoke. Search parties haven't found a goddamn thing. He took Burdock's wallet from my shaking hands, fixing me with a piercing stare. You sure you didn't see anything else out there, son? Hear anything unusual? Just something moving in the bushes, I lied, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. In truth, I thought I had glimpsed a flash of matted fur, the curve of a wicked claw, but I didn't want to sound like some raving lunatic spouting tall tales of monsters lurking in the woods. I was rattled enough as it was. Ranger Bill just nodded slowly, his weathered face unreadable. You best stay put. I've radioed the sheriff. She'll be wanting a word with you. The sheriff, as it turned out, was a young woman by the name of Deputy Ramona Garza. Sharp eyes, sharper mind, and a tongue that could cut glass. She grilled me for the better part of an hour, her pen scratching across a battered notepad as I recounted my story for the umpteenth time. When I got to the part about the shredded campsite and Burdock's mutilated body, I thought I saw a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, dart across her chiseled features, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by a mask of cool professionalism. We'll take it from here, she said briskly, snapping her notebook shut with an air of finality. The body will be retrieved and examined. In the meantime, I suggest you head on home, mister, and maybe stick to city parks and greenways for a while, yeah? The wilderness isn't always as idyllic as it seems. I wanted to protest, to tell her about the icy dread that still lurked in my gut, the certainty that something out there was watching, waiting, that Burdock's death was no freak animal attack. But I bit my tongue, just nodded meekly, and mumbled my thanks. I knew when I was being politely dismissed, and frankly, I was only too happy to oblige. I made the long drive back to the city in a daze, Burdock's blood-splattered face and Garza's warning echoing through my mind. At home, I tried to settle back into my old routine, the 9-to-5 grind, microwave dinners, too much whiskey, and not enough sleep. But I couldn't shake the sense that something fundamental had shifted. A dark veil lifted to reveal the savage teeth of an uncaring universe. The familiar rhythms of my life felt hollow, flimsy camouflage stretched over an inky, primal void. The nightmares began almost immediately. Night after night, I bolted awake in a cold sweat, fragments of disturbing dreams still clinging to my consciousness like cobwebs, trees with grasping, claw-tipped branches, hulking shadows crashing through the underbrush, a wet ripping sound and a gurgling scream. And always, that oppressive sense of being stalked by an ancient, ravenous gaze. After a week of increasingly sleepless nights and coffee-fueled days, I hit a breaking point. I couldn't keep going like this, jumping at every creak of the floorboards and flinching from my own shadow. I needed answers, needed to make sense of the insensible. And I knew just where to start looking. Steeling my nerves with a generous slug of bourbon, I upended Burdock's backpack on my kitchen table. Most of it was standard hiking fare, dehydrated rations, a basic first aid kit, water purification tablets, a compass, but buried at the very bottom, wedged between a rumpled slicker and an extra pair of socks, I found a small leather-bound journal. Hands trembling slightly, I cracked it open and began to read. The first few pages contained mundane notes about trail conditions and wildlife sightings, Burdock's tight, spidery handwriting marching across the weathered pages in orderly lines. But as I delved deeper, the entries grew darker, more disturbed. Something's out there, he'd written, the words slanting drunkenly across the page, watching me. I hear it at night, moving in the trees, catch glimpses of its eyes reflecting the moonlight. It's not a bear, not a cougar, something else, something wrong. The next entry chilled me to the bone. It's getting closer. Can smell it sometimes on the breeze, a fetid reek of decay and damp fur, like death itself gone feral. Woke to find clawed footprints circling my tent. I'm being hunted. May God have mercy on my soul. The final entry was just 2 words, scrawled in a shaking hand. It's here. I slammed the journal shut, pulse pounding in my ears. There was no denying it now. The thing that had stalked Burdock, savaged him and left him as a macabre warning, it was real. And it was still out there somewhere, prowling the Gila in search of new prey. A desperate, half-formed idea seized me and wouldn't let go. I had to go back, had to see for myself, get proof of the creature's existence. Maybe then I could find a way to stop it before it claimed any more innocent lives. It was madness, sheer suicidal folly. But I didn't care. I was a man possessed. I made my preparations with a grim sense of purpose, bought myself a shiny new rifle, enough ammo to take down a rogue elephant, studied topographical maps of the wilderness until I could trace the craggy contours of canyons and mesas in my sleep, and reached out to the one person who might just be desperate or crazy enough to join me on this ill-advised quest, Deputy Ramona Garza. Much to my surprise, she agreed to meet. And so 2 weeks to the day since I'd first stumbled across Burdock's bloody remains, I found myself once again bumping down the dusty back roads of New Mexico. But this time, I wasn't some hapless wanderer. I was a man with a mission, and heaven help any beast that tried to stand in my way. The sun was just starting its slow descent towards the serrated horizon when I pulled into the parking lot of a shabby roadside diner on the outskirts of Silver City. The flickering neon sign above the door read Cactus Jacks in sputtering green letters, half of them long since burnt out. I killed the engine and just sat for a moment, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel as I scanned the mostly deserted lot. A couple of beat-up pickup trucks, a rusty VW van that had seen better decades, no sign of Garza. I was just about to give up and head inside when a cloud of dust billowed up from the access road and a battered Jeep Cherokee came bouncing into view. It screeched to a halt a few spaces down from me, the driver's side door swinging open to reveal a familiar slight figure in a khaki uniform. Deputy Ramona Garza, right on time. She strode over to my car, one hand resting casually on the butt of her service pistol. Even in the fading light, I could see the sharp angles of her face, the wary set of her dark eyes as she sized me up through the windshield. I popped the door and climbed out, hands held carefully away from my body. The last thing I needed was to spook her with any sudden moves. "Deputy Garza," I said, inclining my head in greeting. "Thanks for meeting me." She didn't return my smile, just gave a curt nod. "You said you had information about the Burdock case. I'm listening." I reached slowly into my jacket pocket and withdrew the dead man's journal, holding it out to her like a peace offering. "I found this in his backpack. I think you should read it." Garza took the battered little book, flipping it open and scanning a few pages with a deepening frown. When she looked up at me again, there was a new intensity in her gaze, a flicker of something I couldn't quite read. "This is disturbing," she said carefully, as if weighing each word. "If even half of what Burdock wrote is true, we could be dealing with a highly dangerous animal, possibly even a new species." I barked a humorless laugh. "I think we're a bit beyond cougars and bears here, Deputy. You read the same thing I did. This is no ordinary predator we're talking about." She closed the journal with a snap, her mouth set in a grim line. "Look, I'll admit there are some oddities about this case. The savagery of the attack, the lack of tracks or scat at the scene. But I'm a cop, not a cryptozoologist. I deal in facts, not flights of fancy." I took a step closer, holding her gaze without blinking. "Then come back out there with me. Help me track this thing, find the truth. You're the only one who's taken this seriously from the start. The only one I trust to watch my back. Please, Ramona, I need your help." For a long moment she just stared at me, searchlight eyes boring into mine like she could sift through the very contents of my soul. Then, at last, she gave a slow nod. "All right," she said, a hint of steel threading through her tone. "We'll do this your way, mister. But we do it smart, we do it careful. And if I say fall back, you damn well better listen. I'm not about to have your blood on my hands, you hear?" Loud and clear, I said, trying not to let my relief show too plainly on my face. "So, when do we start?" She glanced over her shoulder at the sinking sun, the sky slowly purpling into dusk. "First light tomorrow. I'll clear my schedule, take a few personal days, meet me at the ranger station at dawn, and Mr. L.N. "Yeah? Bring that fancy new rifle of yours. Something tells me we're going to need it." And with that ominous pronouncement hanging in the air between us, she turned on her heel and stalked back to her Jeep without so much as a backward glance. I watched her taillights disappear into the gathering dark, a queasy mix of anticipation and dread churning in my gut. Come hell or high water, I'd begun this hunt. Now all that remained was to see it through, to the bitter, bloody end. Morning came all too soon, the anemic light of dawn barely denting the glooming shadows of the Gila. I was waiting at the ranger station when Garza pulled up in her Jeep, clutching a thermos of strong black coffee like a holy relic. I'd barely slept a wink, too keyed up with nerves and morbid imaginings. From the pinched set of her features and the purple smudges under her eyes, I guessed the deputy hadn't fared much better. We set out with grim purpose, hiking in silence through the mist-wreathed trees. I led the way to Burdock's ravaged campsite, steeling myself for the grisly tableau I knew awaited us. But even the lurid embellishments of my nightmares hadn't prepared me for the sight of the scattered debris, the ripped and blood-stiffened tatters of the tent. Death hung heavy on the air, thick and cloying at the back of my throat. To her credit, Garza barely flinched. She moved methodically through the carnage, snapping photos, bagging samples with a clinical detachment I could only envy. "Whatever did this was big," she remarked, crouching to examine a ragged swatch of fabric, "and extremely powerful. Look at the force needed to rend this nylon." I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak around the hard lump of dread lodged in my chest. We picked up Burdock's trail, leading deeper into the backcountry, noting the occasional splash of rusty brown on the leaves, a scrap of cloth snagged on a thorny branch. Then, maybe half a mile from the crime scene, we found the first print. It was like no animal track I'd ever seen, a deep gouge in the soft earth nearly 2 feet long. The splayed toes were tipped with viciously curved claws, the pad eerily human-like in its breadth and contours. Garza measured it against her own boot, a bleak smile twisting her lips. "Bigger than a grizzly," she said softly, an undercurrent of awe threaded through the words. "What the hell are we dealing with here?" I didn't have an answer. Or maybe I just didn't want to give voice to the primal fears swirling behind my eyes, nightmare visions of something ancient and obscene lurking in the primeval shadows of the world, something that had no name in any human tongue, but hungered nonetheless for our warm flesh and bright terror. We pressed on, following the grim trail ever deeper into the wilderness. The sense of being watched, of some malevolent presence dogging our every step, grew more oppressive with each passing mile. The very trees seemed to crowd closer, their gnarled branches grasping and clawing at our clothes. An unnatural hush lay over the forest, broken only by the occasional harsh cry of a crow, the scurrying of small creatures through the underbrush. By mid-afternoon, we stumbled across another abandoned campsite, the scene eerily similar to Burdock's: shredded tent, scattered gear, dark stains soaked into the loam. A quick check of a discarded wallet confirmed my worst suspicions. The mauled remnants had once belonged to a young couple, avid hikers who'd been reported missing over a month ago. No bodies, but the gruesome detritus of frenzied violence told the tale well enough. Garza's face was grim, her knuckles white on the grip of her drawn sidearm. "This is no longer just an animal attack," she gritted out. "This is a goddamned killing spree, and we're walking right into the lion's den." I swallowed hard, my own fingers tightening convulsively around the stock of my rifle. But I couldn't turn back, not now, not when we were so close. The beast had to be stopped, no matter the cost. I owed that much to Burdock, to the nameless missing, to myself. And so we soldiered on, 2 lonely pinpricks of determined humanity in a vast, pitiless wilderness. The shadows lengthened, the light taking on the sepia tinge of old photographs. My every nerve was strung taut as piano wire, senses straining for any hint of movement, of threat. It was almost a relief when we finally found the den. The reek hit us first, a noxious miasma of putrefaction and musk so thick it coated the tongue. We followed our noses to a narrow ravine choked with scrubby brush, the bones of the earth rising sharply to either side. There, half concealed behind a jumble of moss-slick boulders, gaped a jagged fissure in the stone. A rank draught billowed from that dark maw, carrying with it the unmistakable sweet ripe stench of carrion. We exchanged a loaded glance, pulses beating in tandem. The lair of the beast. Garza unclipped a heavy-duty flashlight from her belt, thumb hovering over the switch. I chambered a round in my Winchester, the oiled click unnaturally loud in that charged silence. Together we advanced on that waiting void, the very air seeming to thrum with a subliminal growl. My blood roared in my ears, fight-or-flight instinct screaming to turn tail and run. But I quelled it savagely, forced my leaden feet to keep plodding forward. There could be no turning back now, not with my sanity hanging by a thread and a savage killer still on the loose. Whatever awaited us in that Stygian abyss, I would meet it head-on. At the lip of the cave mouth, Garza paused, casting me a searching sideways look. Last chance to back out, she said, and I couldn't tell if it was an offer or a challenge. There's no shame in. A bone-rattling roar exploded from the depths of the cavern, the sound slamming into us like a physical blow. Garza's flashlight beam stabbed wildly into the darkness, catching a glimpse of shaggy fur, the wet gleam of teeth and eyes. Then the thing was rushing towards us, a juggernaut of primal fury and rent flesh. Time seemed to slow, syrup thick and crystalline. I saw its massive head swing towards me, jaws dripping gobbets of gore. Saw Garza's pistol barking fire, bullets sparking off the rock walls. Felt the sear of pain as a swipe of scimitar claws opened my shoulder to the bone. I fell back, scrabbling for my rifle, some distant part of my brain marveling at how the wet crunch of the beast's teeth in my arm sounded so very similar to a man biting into a ripe apple. Then Garza was there, dragging me clear, shoving the gun into my bleeding hands. "Shoot, damn it," she screamed, desperation and terror cracking her voice. Operating on pure instinct, I brought the rifle to my shoulder, pointed it at the heaving bulk of the creature. Drew a bead on that nightmare visage, the dripping ruin of its throat. Squeezed the trigger once, twice, the kick of the recoil jarring me to the core. The thing jerked and stumbled, dark ichor spraying, but kept coming, an avid hunger burning in its mindless gaze. I fired again, aiming for the malformed skull, the gory eye sockets. On the fifth shot, something finally broke behind those twin pits of hell. With a keening wail, the abomination folded in on itself and crashed to the blood-slick stone, twitching like a beetle on a pin. In the sudden ringing silence that followed, I could hear the rasp of Garza's breathing, the click of her gun's hammer as she kept it trained unwaveringly on the fallen behemoth. Slowly, painfully, I levered myself to my feet, clamping one shaking hand over the weeping ruin of my shoulder. Together we limped cautiously closer to the motionless bulk, the stink of its death washing over us in noxious waves. Dear God in heaven, I'd never seen anything like it. It was a perversion of all natural law, a twisted amalgamation of man and beast and some fouler, blacker thing. Easily 9 feet tall, with a barrel chest and grossly elongated limbs knotted with ropey muscle under its matted pelt. The head was misshapen, almost canine, trap-like jaws bristling with jagged teeth the length of hunting knives. Intelligence glittered in its glazed, porcine eyes, a malign awareness utterly at odds with its animalistic form. But by far the most horrific thing was the tattered remnants of clothing still clinging to its grotesque frame. A plaid flannel shirt stretched to bursting around its massive torso, shredded denim encasing its backward-bending legs, the cruel mockery of a man's hiking boots, split at the seams by taloned paws. Bile scorched the back of my throat as the awful realization crashed over me. This wasn't just some feral creature, warped by injury or inbreeding to freakish proportions and unnatural appetites. No, this living nightmare had once been human, had walked and talked and thought as a man, before succumbing to the twisted hungers of the beast within. What unimaginable torment must Burdock have suffered in his final moments, as his body and mind were perverted into the very thing that he'd feared. I turned away, retching helplessly, dimly aware of Garza doing the same a few feet away. In that moment of agonized revelation, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that the scars we carried away from this day would run soul-deep, indelible, and unhealing. That no amount of distance or drink or denials could ever erase the image of that obscene, chittering thing wearing a man's skin like an ill-fitting costume. We burned the corpse where it lay, dousing it liberally with accelerant and setting it alight with hands that shook only slightly. As the greasy smoke spiraled into the uncaring sky, I saw a glimmer of something like understanding in Garza's haunted eyes, an echo of my own horrified epiphany. There were older and fouler things than wolves or wildcats prowling the untamed corners of the world, hungering for the warm blood and bright terror of mortal men. Things that had no place in a sane and rational universe, but clung tenaciously to the shadows nonetheless. The trip back to civilization was a blur, pain and shock and sickened revulsion blunting the edges of everything. We concocted a hasty story about a rabid bear, made all the necessary calls and reports. And if our voices shook as we repeated the lie over and over, who could blame us? There were some truths too terrible to be borne, some horrors too profane for the light of day. In the end, they closed off that cursed section of the Gila, posted warnings about animal attacks and unsafe hiking conditions. Life went on, the fickle eye of the world soon turning to fresher tragedies and brighter distractions. But for Deputy Garza and me, there was no moving on, no unseeing what we'd witnessed in that charnel cave. She eventually left the force, unable to endure the way every shadow and rustle in the night conjured visions of fang and claw. I retreated into a bottle, pickling my demons in whiskey fumes and chasing monsters to the bottom of each empty glass. And yet even now, decades later, and a lifetime removed from that red-soaked glade, I sometimes catch myself looking over my shoulder on moonless nights, searching the tree line for a shaggy silhouette, a brandished blade of shining teeth, wondering how many of the lost and the lonely have been dragged away to glut the unclean appetites of the dark, how many hikers and transients and drifters simply vanished into the hungry maw of the forest, never to be seen again. Because I know in my shriveled, weary heart that the thing that had once been Stanley Burdock wasn't the only one of its kind, that it was only a harbinger, a herald of horrors yet to come. The wild places of the world hold secrets older than stone, hungers more ancient than civilization itself, and heaven help the poor bastards unlucky enough to stumble across them unawares. The Wendigo walks, you see. It shambles through the lonely woods and forgotten hollows, dead eyes burning with the cold feral light of the stars, and it hungers, oh how it hungers, for the sweet marrow of innocence, the hot salt tang of mortal dread. It wears our skins and speaks with our stolen voices, vomits forth our undigested hopes and dreams in spatters of bile and gore. And it will never, ever stop. Not until the last whimpering cry fades to silence, the last skull is picked clean and gleaming. Until all the world is its hunting ground and slaughterhouse, one endless charnel forest echoing with the screams of the damned and the dying. And I'll be waiting for it. Sitting by my cache of bullets and bottles, a loaded gun cradled in my shaking hands, keeping my vigil through the long cold nights, watching the tree line with feverish eyes, praying for the first twitch of movement, the first huff of fetid breath. Because someone has to remember, to stand witness against the hungry dark, to light a feeble candle against the encroaching gloom and howl defiance with a throat gone raw from screaming. And who better than a damned old drunk with nothing left to lose, and the stench of an atavistic evil forever seared into his mind. So here I sit, stewing in my own sweat and paranoia, bracing for a fight I know I can never win. Waiting for the soft tread of twisted feet through the fallen leaves, the glint of an antler-crowned silhouette looming against the moon. Muttering a prayer to a god I no longer believe in, just 3 words repeated over and over like a drunkard's barroom chant. Come on, you son of a bitch, I'm ready for you, come on. The sun was setting, painting the New Mexico sky in vivid shades of orange and red. The desert stretched out before us, an endless sea of red dust and scrubby vegetation, broken only by the distant silhouettes of mountains that never seemed to get any closer no matter how long we drove. I was half asleep in the passenger seat of Caleb's beat-up old SUV, lulled by the monotonous rumble of the engine and the warmth of the fading sunlight on my face. We'd been on the road for hours, just like every other day of this aimless post-college road trip that had somehow stretched from a summer whim into a way of life. Not that there had been any college for either of us. Caleb had grown up on his family's farm in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, and had never seen much point in higher education when there was always work to be done on the land. As for me, well, that's a story for another time. Let's just say my roots are a tangled mess. I try not to dwell on too much. We'd met a couple of years back, 2 drifters working odd jobs to keep gas in the tank and food in our bellies. Caleb was the kind of guy who could make friends with a rock, always ready with a grin and a helping hand, even for a scruffy, closed-off type like me. Somewhere along the line, we'd fallen into an easy companionship, the kind that doesn't ask too many questions. And so, when the leaves began to turn and the nights grew colder, it had seemed only natural to point the SUV south, chasing the promise of warmth and adventure. We'd picked up work where we could, apple picking in Oregon, a stint on a fishing boat in California, even a couple of weeks on an oil rig in Texas. But mostly we just drove, letting the road take us where it would. On this particular day we were headed for some national park Caleb had read about, a place of towering rock formations and ancient petroglyphs hidden in the desert. The name escapes me now, lost in the haze of events that followed. What I do remember is the moment Caleb spotted that weathered old sign. Masonic Springs, he read aloud, his voice taking on that slightly dreamy quality it always did when he sensed something mystical in the air. Sounds intriguing. What do you say we take a little detour, Everin? I cracked an eye open, taking in the narrow dirt road that branched off from the highway, winding into a landscape that looked like it hadn't changed since the dawn of time. I don't know, man, I said, heaving myself up straighter in my seat. We're not exactly equipped for off-roading. What if we get stuck out there? But Caleb just grinned, that irrepressible spark of mischief dancing in his eyes. Where's your sense of adventure? Come on, it'll be fun, and who knows, maybe we'll stumble across some ancient secrets or something. I should have argued more, should have insisted we stick to the plan, to the safety of the known road. But there was something in Caleb's enthusiasm that was hard to resist, a kind of infectious joy in the unknown. And if I'm being honest, there was a part of me that wanted to believe in his vision of the world, a place where every dirt track held the promise of magic and revelation. So, with a shrug and a half-hearted grumble, I settled back into my seat as Caleb turned the wheel, sending us bouncing and jostling down the narrow, winding path. Little did I know that in that moment, with that simple acquiescence, I had sealed our fates. That dirt road was leading us straight into the heart of a nightmare from which there would be no easy escape. But in the golden light of that fading New Mexico afternoon, with the wind whipping through the open windows and Caleb singing along to some half-forgotten country tune on the radio, it was easy to believe that the road would go on forever, that nothing truly bad could touch us out here in the vast expanse of the American West. Oh, how wrong I was. If only I had known then what horrors lay in wait, lurking in the lengthening shadows of the desert. If only I had heeded that tiny nagging voice of caution that whispered at the back of my mind as the highway receded in the rearview mirror and the untamed wilderness closed in around us. But I was young and foolish, and drunk on the heady elixir of freedom, and so I let the road carry us forward, deeper and deeper into the uncharted territory of fate and circumstance, until it was far too late to turn back. The sun was just kissing the horizon, painting the desert in shades of fiery orange and deep purple when I first saw the buildings. At first I thought they were just another trick of the light, shimmering mirages conjured by the heat-addled air, but as we bumped and jolted along the dirt track, they solidified into squat, weathered structures, their adobe walls half sunken into the parched earth. Whoa, stop, I said, straightening up in my seat as I peered through the dust-caked windshield. Do you see that? Caleb brought the SUV to a lurching halt, leaning forward to get a better look. There was a knowing glint in his eye, a hint of that same spiritualist zeal that had led us down this God-forsaken road in the first place. Looks like some kind of old settlement, he said, his voice hushed with something like reverence. Maybe even ruins from the Spanish colonial days. Can you imagine the history here, the stories these walls could tell? I could, and that was the problem. There was something about the scene before us, the way the buildings seemed to hunch into the earth, the eerie stillness that hung over the place like a shroud that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the kind of stillness that only exists in places long abandoned by the living, places where the veil between worlds grows thin and tattered. But Caleb was already opening his door, his long legs unfolding from the driver's seat with a creak of denim and a stretch of muscles too long confined. Come on, he said, flashing me that grin that always made me want to follow him, no matter how foolhardy the venture. Let's go check it out. Against my better judgment, I found myself trailing after him, the SUV's door slamming shut behind me with a sound that echoed across the empty expanse of the desert. The sun was dipping lower now, its dying rays painting the adobe walls in shades of blood and shadow. The air had taken on a chill, the kind that seeps into your bones and makes you feel like you'll never be warm again. We picked our way through the rubble and the drifts of red dust towards the nearest of the structures. Up close I could see the rough hand-hewn nature of the walls, the way the adobe had cracked and crumbled under the relentless assault of wind and sand and time. My fingers traced the weathered surface, feeling the grit of it, the dry leached texture that spoke of centuries baking under the merciless sun. And then I saw the symbols. They were carved into the lintel of what must have once been a doorway, rough-hewn and crudely rendered, but unmistakable in their intent. I didn't recognize them, but they radiated a sense of power, of some ancient and unknowable purpose. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt a sudden, overwhelming urge to turn tail, to flee back to the relative safety of the SUV and the open road. But Caleb was already ducking through the low entry, his form swallowed up by the darkness within. "Come on, Everin," he called, his voice muffled and strangely flat in the dead air. "You've got to see this." I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run, to leave this place and its aura of ancient menace far behind. But in the end, the pull of Caleb's enthusiasm, the need to not be the one to break the spell of our shared adventure, won out over caution. With a deep breath and a muttered curse, I stepped over the threshold and into the waiting shadows. Inside, the air was thick and heavy, laden with the scent of dust and something else, something rank and feral that caught at the back of my throat. It was dark, the only light filtering in through chinks and gaps in the crumbling walls, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out the vague shape of the room, the uneven dirt floor, and the sagging beams of the ceiling. And then I saw the eyes. They glowed in the deepest shadows, a sickly, luminous orange that seemed to pulse with a malevolent inner fire. At first I thought they were embers, some trick of the fading light, but then they moved, and I heard the soft shuffle of something large and heavy shifting in the darkness. "Caleb," I whispered, my voice cracking with sudden icy fear. "Caleb, there's something in here." But Caleb wasn't listening. He was moving towards those terrible glowing eyes, his hand outstretched as if in supplication, his face a mask of rapturous wonder. "Caleb, no," I hissed, lunging forward to grab his arm. But it was too late. The thing in the shadows moved, faster than my eye could follow, and suddenly it was there, looming over us like a nightmare made flesh. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with a hulking, misshapen form that seemed to blur and shift at the edges, as if it were not quite solid. Its body was covered in matted fur, a dark, oily pelt that glistened wetly in the half-light, but it was the head that froze the blood in my veins, that sent a scream bubbling up in my throat. It was elongated, almost canine, but with a wrong, twisted aspect that spoke of something far more sinister than any wolf or coyote. The muzzle was too long, the teeth too sharp and too numerous, jutting at odd angles from blackened gums. And the eyes, those terrible glowing eyes, they burned with a feral, predatory hunger that seemed to strip the soul bare. I stood there, paralyzed with terror, as the thing took a step forward, its claws scraping against the packed earth of the floor. A low, guttural growl rumbled up from its chest, a sound that vibrated in my bones, that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. And then, as if a spell had been broken, Caleb screamed. It was a sound I will never forget. A high, piercing wail of pure primal fear. The thing lunged, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch, and suddenly the air was filled with the coppery scent of blood. I don't remember running. I don't remember clawing my way back through the doorway, out into the dying light of the desert evening. All I remember is the blind, animal panic, the need to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that hulking, furred horror. I ran, stumbling and sliding in the loose sand, my lungs burning and my heart slamming against my ribs. Behind me I could hear the thing giving chase, its heavy tread shaking the earth, its ragged breathing hot on the back of my neck. I had a vague impression of Caleb shouting something, his voice high and thready with pain and fear, but I couldn't make out the words over the thundering of my own pulse in my ears. All I knew was that I had to keep running. Had to find some way to escape the nightmare that had overtaken us. And then, by some miracle, I saw it. The mouth of a low cave, half hidden behind a tumble of boulders, a black gash in the red rock of the desert. I didn't hesitate, didn't stop to think. I just threw myself forward, scrabbling on hands and knees over the rough stone, plunging headlong into the cool, musty darkness. I heard Caleb cry out behind me, a sound that was abruptly cut off by a wet, meaty thud. I felt hot tears streaming down my face, blurring my vision, but I didn't dare stop. I just kept crawling, dragging myself deeper and deeper into the narrow, winding passage. And then, just as I felt the fetid breath of the thing on my heels, just as I braced myself for the searing pain of teeth and claws, my hand found empty air. I tumbled forward, falling through a narrow crevice and out into a tangle of thorny scrub and red dust on the other side. For a moment I just lay there, gasping and shaking, waiting for the end, but it didn't come. The thing, whatever it was, must have been too large to follow me through that final narrow gap. I heard it snarling and scrabbling at the rock, its frustrated howls echoing off the canyon walls. But I was safe, at least for the moment. I don't know how long I lay there, my face pressed into the gritty earth, my body racked with silent sobs. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning, swallowed up in the enormity of the horror I had just witnessed. But eventually, as the last of the light faded from the sky and the stars began to wheel overhead, I dragged myself to my feet. I was still shaking, my mind reeling as it tried to process the impossible events of the last few hours. But beneath the shock and the grief, a new emotion was rising up in me, cold and implacable as steel. Anger, rage at the thing that had taken Caleb, that had shattered the fragile peace of our aimless wanderings. And beneath that, a grim, stubborn determination. I would survive this. I would find a way to go on, to carry the memory of Caleb with me like a talisman against the darkness. I staggered through the night, following the faint gleam of starlight reflected off the SUV's windshield. It was a miracle I found it at all, a tiny island of normalcy in the vast, pitiless sea of the desert. But find it I did, and with trembling hands I wrenched open the door and flung myself inside. The keys were still in the ignition, a small mercy. I turned them with numb fingers, feeling a wash of relief as the engine coughed to life. And then I was driving, the tires spraying gravel and sand as I pointed the nose of the SUV back towards the highway, back towards the thin veneer of civilization that suddenly seemed so fragile, so infinitely precious. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't have a plan or a destination. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to put as much distance as possible between myself and the nightmare I had left behind in the desert. And so I drove, through the night, and into the pale, tentative dawn, the events of the past few hours playing over and over in my mind like a horror movie stuck on repeat. I couldn't shake the image of those glowing orange eyes, the rank, fetid stench of the thing's breath, the sound of Caleb's final desperate scream. It was a wound that would never fully heal, a scar on my psyche that would throb and ache for the rest of my days. But as the miles fell away beneath my wheels and the desert gave way to the first hints of human habitation, I made a silent vow to myself. I would find a way to go on. I would carry Caleb's memory with me, a bright shining light to ward off the shadows that lurked at the edges of my consciousness. And someday, somehow, I would find a way to make sense of the horror that had overtaken us, to give meaning to the sacrifice my friend had made. I would survive, I would remember, and I would never ever stop searching for the truth behind the nightmare that had claimed Caleb's life. No matter how long it took, or how far I had to go, I would find a way to bring some light to the shadows that had swallowed him whole. It was a promise I made to myself, there in the pale light of that desert dawn, a promise that would shape the course of my life for years to come, leading me down paths I could never have imagined in my wildest dreams or darkest nightmares. But that is a story for another time. For now it is enough to know that I survived, that I found a way to carry on in the face of the unspeakable, and that somewhere out there, in the vast uncharted expanses of the American West, the thing that took Caleb is still lurking, waiting for its next unwary prey. May God have mercy on anyone unlucky enough to cross its path, because I know with a bone-deep certainty that it will show none, and that knowledge, that grim acceptance of the darkness that walks among us, is the burden I will carry with me for the rest of my days. The days that followed my escape from that desert nightmare were a blur of pain and paranoia. I drove until the SUV ran out of gas, then hitched rides with truckers and drifters, always looking over my shoulder, always expecting to see those glowing orange eyes staring out at me from the darkness. I didn't have a destination in mind. I was running on pure instinct, a primal need to put as much distance as possible between myself and the horror I had left behind. But eventually, as the miles fell away and the adrenaline faded, I found myself drifting towards the small towns and truck stops that dot the highways of the American West. It was in one of these places, a little diner clinging to the edge of a dusty Nevada town, that I first met Elias. I had been there for a few weeks, working odd jobs in the kitchen and trying to lose myself in the monotony of the daily grind. But even there, in the harsh fluorescent light and the chatter of the regulars, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of some dark presence lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. I was bussing tables one evening when he walked in, a tall, weather-beaten man with a quiet intensity about him. He had the look of someone who had seen things, who had stared into the abyss and come out the other side. He ordered a coffee, black, and settled into a booth in the corner, his eyes scanning the room with a practiced, wary gaze. I don't know what it was that drew me to him. Maybe it was the recognition of a kindred spirit, someone else who had brushed up against the unknown and been forever changed by it. Or maybe it was just desperation, a need to unburden myself of the weight of my experiences to someone, anyone who might understand. Whatever the reason, I found myself drifting over to his table, coffee pot in hand. "Refill?" I asked, my voice sounding thin and reedy to my own ears. He looked up at me, his eyes a piercing blue under the brim of his battered cowboy hat. For a long moment, he just studied me, as if he could see straight through to the haunted, broken places inside. Then he nodded, pushing his mug towards me. "Much obliged," he said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "You look like you've got a story to tell, kid." I don't know what made me trust him. Maybe it was the understanding in his eyes, the sense that he had walked the same dark paths that I had. Or maybe I was just so desperate for someone to believe me, to validate the horror of what I had experienced, that I would have poured my heart out to anyone who showed the slightest interest. Whatever the reason, I found myself sliding into the booth across from him, the words spilling out of me in a rush. I told him everything, from the aimless wanderings that had brought Caleb and me to that fateful crossroads, to the nightmare creature in the ruins, and the desperate, terrifying flight that had followed. Through it all, he listened in silence, his eyes never leaving my face. When I finally ran out of words, he leaned back in his seat, his expression unreadable. "Skinwalker," he said at last, his voice barely above a whisper. "That's what you saw out there, kid. A creature of pure evil, born of ancient magic and dark rituals." I felt a chill run down my spine at the word. I had heard whispers of skinwalkers before, half-remembered stories from my childhood, tales of shape-shifting witches who could take on the form of animals. But I had always dismissed them as mere folklore, the superstitions of a primitive, pre-scientific age. Now, with the memory of those glowing orange eyes still seared into my mind, I wasn't so sure. "You've seen them before," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Haven't you?" Elias nodded, his gaze distant. "More times than I care to remember," he said. "I've been hunting them for years, ever since one of them took someone I loved. It's a hard road, kid, and a lonely one, but it's the only way to keep others safe, to stop these things before they can claim more innocent lives." He looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a kind of grim understanding. "I can see it in you," he said softly, "the same thing that drives me, the need for answers, for vengeance, the willingness to stare into the darkness, no matter the cost to your own soul." I felt a lump rise in my throat, a sudden overwhelming surge of emotion. Here at last was someone who understood, who had walked the same path of grief and obsession. "Teach me," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Teach me how to hunt them, how to stop them. I can't let what happened to Caleb happen to anyone else." Elias studied me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then slowly, he nodded. "It won't be easy," he warned. "This life, it takes a toll. On your mind, your body, your very soul. You'll see things that will haunt you, that will make you question everything you thought you knew about the world. But if you're sure, if you're willing to walk this path, I'll show you what I know." And so began my apprenticeship, my long, slow descent into the shadow world that exists just beyond the edges of our own. Elias taught me everything he knew, from the ancient lore of the skinwalkers to the practical skills of tracking and combat. We traveled the back roads and byways of the West, following the trail of strange sightings and unsolved disappearances, always searching for any sign of the creature that had taken Caleb. It was a hard life, a lonely life. We spent long weeks camping in the wilderness, subsisting on whatever we could hunt or scavenge. We faced danger at every turn, not just from the skinwalkers themselves, but from the harsh realities of life on the fringes of society. But through it all, I found a kind of grim purpose, a sense of meaning that had been missing from my life since that fateful night in the desert. I was a hunter now, a guardian of the innocent, a lone light shining in the darkness. And though the road was long and the shadows deep, I knew that I would never turn back, never rest until I had found a way to bring justice to the memory of my lost friend. Years passed, and the trail grew colder. But still we pressed on, driven by a stubborn, unyielding determination. And then one night as we camped under the stars in the high desert of New Mexico, we heard it, a howl, long and mournful, echoing off the canyon walls, a sound that I knew, with a bone-deep certainty, belonged to the creature that had haunted my dreams for so long. We tracked it for days, following the faint, elusive signs of its passage, and then finally, we found it. It was holed up in a cave in the heart of the desert, a place of ancient, primal darkness. We approached with caution, our weapons at the ready, our hearts pounding in our chests. The battle that followed was fierce and desperate, a primal struggle for survival against a creature of pure, malevolent evil. In the end, we emerged victorious, the skinwalker's lifeless body lying at our feet, its orange eyes staring sightlessly at the desert sky. But the victory was hard-won, and not without cost. Elias was badly wounded, his body broken by the creature's savage claws. As I knelt beside him, cradling his head in my lap, he looked up at me with a faint, pained smile. "You did good, kid," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the howl of the wind. "You did real good, but this fight, it's not over. There's always another one out there, always another shadow to chase. Promise me you'll keep going, keep fighting, for Caleb, for all the ones we couldn't save." I nodded, tears streaming down my face. "I promise," I said, my voice choked with emotion. "I won't stop, not until my last breath. I'll keep the light shining, no matter how dark the night gets." Elias smiled, a last faint flicker of life in his fading eyes, and then he was gone, his body growing still and cold in my arms. I buried him there, in the heart of the desert he had loved so well. And then I set out alone, my heart heavy with grief but my resolve unshaken. I was a hunter now, a guardian of the innocent, a lone light shining in the darkness. And though the road ahead was long and the shadows deep, I knew that I would never turn back, never rest until I had fulfilled the promise I had made to my friend and mentor. And so I wander still, following the rumors and whispers, always searching for signs of the skinwalkers and their dark, twisted magic. It's a hard life, a lonely life, but it's the only one I know, the only one that gives meaning to the pain and loss I have endured. Sometimes in the long, cold nights, I think of Caleb, of the laughter and the light that was snuffed out so cruelly in the desert all those years ago. And I think of Elias, of the grim, unyielding determination that drove him, of the sacrifices he made to keep the innocent safe from the horrors that lurk in the shadows. They are my guiding stars, my constant companions on this long, lonely road. And though I know that I may never find peace, never be free of the burden I have taken on, I also know that I will never stop fighting, never stop searching for the light in the darkness. For I am a hunter, a guardian, a lone warrior standing against the tide of evil that threatens to engulf us all. And as long as there is breath in my body and fire in my heart, I will never ever give up the fight. Lake of the Woods had always been my refuge, a sprawling frozen wilderness spanning the border between Minnesota and Ontario. For 37 years I'd made the pilgrimage each winter, drilling through thick ice in search of walleye and solitude. My wife used to join me in the early years, but she'd always preferred the cabin near Baudette during the warmer months, where mosquitoes replaced the biting wind and the lake shimmered green instead of white. When the cancer finally took her last July, the world lost its color. Everything became muted, distant, as if I were watching my own life through frosted glass. This winter, I needed the ice more than ever. I needed to disappear into that vast emptiness where the only sounds were the wind and the occasional crack of shifting ice, where no one would ask how I was doing with that pitying look in their eyes, where I could simply exist without the weight of sympathy pressing down on my shoulders. I loaded my equipment onto the sled at dawn on February 16, 2025, my breath forming thick clouds in the sub-zero air. The preparations were automatic after so many years. The gas-powered ice auger with its freshly sharpened blades, the portable propane heater that had kept me alive through countless frigid nights, My old army cot with its threadbare canvas, 2 Coleman lanterns with extra mantles, a week's worth of canned soup and beans, 5 gallons of drinking water, spare fuel canisters, and the emergency kit I'd assembled decades ago and never needed. The drive across the ice was hauntingly beautiful. The February sun hung low and pale, casting long shadows across the frozen expanse. The landscape was a study in white and gray, interrupted only by the dark silhouettes of pine-covered islands jutting up through the ice like the backs of sleeping giants. My snowmobile's engine roared across the silence, the sled bouncing along behind, laden with everything I needed to survive in isolation. I headed for Devil's Elbow, a remote chain of small islands far from the ice fishing resorts that dotted the more accessible parts of the lake. Most fishermen avoided the area, claiming the fishing wasn't worth the distance. But I'd always found the isolation more valuable than any catch. Out here you could spend days without seeing another soul, surrounded by nothing but ice, sky, and the occasional raven circling overhead. The ice was solid, nearly 2 feet thick in most places. I'd been checking ice conditions all winter, monitoring the freeze through local reports and my own careful observations. Still, I stopped every few hundred yards to drill test holes, watching the auger bite through layers of white and blue ice before hitting the dark water beneath. Safety had been drilled into me by old-timers who'd lost friends to the lake's deceptive surface. Ice fishing wasn't a hobby for the careless. I reached my destination by mid-morning, selecting a spot near the southern tip of the largest island in the Devil's Elbow chain. The location was perfect, sheltered from the worst winds by the island's pines, yet far enough from shore to access the deeper channels where walleye congregated. I drilled my fishing hole with practiced efficiency, the auger screaming through the ice in a shower of white chips, 18 inches of good, clear ice, more than enough to support my shack and equipment. Setting up the portable ice shack took less than 20 minutes. The canvas walls went up quickly, secured by aluminum poles and anchored with ice screws. Inside, I arranged my gear with the efficiency of long practice, cot against the back wall, heater near the fishing hole, lanterns hung from the ceiling supports, supplies stacked neatly in the corner. By noon I had a line in the water, and coffee brewing on my small camp stove. The first afternoon passed in comfortable routine. I caught 3 decent perch and 1 small walleye, nothing spectacular but enough to justify the trip. As the sun began its early descent, painting the western sky in shades of orange and pink, I cooked a simple dinner of canned beef stew heated over the propane burner. The familiar ritual brought a measure of peace I hadn't felt since the funeral. That first night I slept better than I had in months. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of the heater's pilot light. The silence was profound, interrupted occasionally by the distant crack of shifting ice, a sound as natural to me as my own heartbeat. I dreamed of nothing, or at least nothing I remembered, and woke feeling more rested than I had since my wife's diagnosis. The second day began with promise. I woke to pale morning light filtering through the canvas walls, my breath visible in the cold air despite the heater's efforts. After a breakfast of instant oatmeal and black coffee, I decided to explore the northern part of the island chain. An old friend, Jim Barrett, had maintained a fishing shack up there for years before his arthritis forced him south to Arizona. I hadn't been to his spot in at least 3 seasons, but I remembered it as prime walleye territory. The ride north was exhilarating, the snowmobile's engine echoing off the surrounding islands as I navigated between ice ridges and pressure cracks. The morning air was crystalline and sharp, burning my lungs with each breath. After about 20 minutes, I spotted Jim's old shack, a weathered plywood structure that looked even more dilapidated than I remembered. I circled the shack once before parking, noting that the door hung slightly ajar, unusual given Jim's meticulous nature. But the structure had been abandoned for years now. Weather and time had likely taken their toll. Still, curiosity drew me forward, boots crunching through the crusty snow as I approached the entrance. The shack was empty, as expected, but surprisingly intact inside. Jim's old fishing gear still hung from rusty nails covered in a thin layer of frost. His battered Coleman cooler sat in the corner, lid closed, probably empty or filled with ancient frozen bait. The place smelled of old canvas and motor oil, familiar scents that brought back memories of shared fishing trips and stories told over warming whiskey. On impulse, I decided to drill a hole near Jim's old spot and try my luck. The ice here was nearly as thick as at my own location, and within an hour I'd caught 2 beautiful walleye, each over 20 inches long. The fishing gods were smiling on me. I made a mental note of the location, planning to return the next day with proper gear to preserve the catch. By early afternoon, clouds had begun rolling in from the northwest, heavy and gray, promising either snow or the kind of bitter cold that could turn dangerous quickly. The temperature had already dropped noticeably, and the wind was picking up, sending loose snow skittering across the ice in ghostly patterns. I decided to head back to my own shack while visibility was still good. The return trip felt longer than the morning journey, though I knew it was just my imagination responding to the deteriorating weather. By the time I reached my shack, the sun had disappeared entirely behind the cloud cover, leaving the world in a flat, colorless twilight despite it being only mid-afternoon. I spent the rest of the daylight hours inside, organizing gear and preparing dinner. The wind intensified as evening approached, buffeting the canvas walls and making the lanterns swing gently on their hooks. I ate mechanically, reading a worn paperback Western novel I'd brought along, trying to focus on the story but finding my thoughts drifting back to my empty house, to the medical bills still piled on the kitchen table, to the silence that had replaced my wife's voice. Darkness came early and absolute. I extinguished one lantern to conserve fuel, leaving just enough light to read by. The wind continued its assault on the shack, and somewhere in the distance, ice groaned and cracked as the temperature plummeted. These were familiar sounds, the lake's normal voice, and they lulled me toward sleep as I lay on the narrow cot, still fully dressed except for my boots. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke, but the darkness was complete. My lantern had burned out, leaving me in pitch blackness. The heater's pilot light provided barely enough glow to see my own hands. For a moment I lay disoriented, trying to remember where I was and what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it again, the sound that had pulled me from unconsciousness. Footsteps, clear and unmistakable, crunching through the crusty snow outside my shack. My first thought was relief. Another fisherman perhaps checking on me during this cold snap. The isolation of Devil's Elbow made it customary for those few hardy souls who ventured out here to check on each other, especially in severe weather. I started to sit up, ready to call out a greeting. But something stopped me, some primitive instinct that had kept my ancestors alive long enough to pass on their genes. The footsteps were wrong somehow. They moved too slowly, too deliberately, as if whoever was walking was carefully measuring each step. And they were heavy, impossibly heavy, each step producing a deep crunch that seemed too pronounced even for someone in heavy winter boots. I remained frozen on my cot, listening intently. The footsteps circled the shack slowly, methodically, making a complete circuit before stopping directly behind where I lay. Through the canvas wall I could sense a presence, something large and utterly still, standing just inches away. My heart hammered against my ribs. I wanted to call out, to demand identification, to break the terrible tension, but something kept my voice locked in my throat. Instead, I eased myself quietly off the cot and crept toward the small observation window I'd cut into the canvas, a 6-inch square covered with clear plastic that allowed me to check weather conditions without opening the door. I pressed my face close to the plastic, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the faint glow from the heater. Outside, the night was bright with moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered ice. The visibility was remarkable, at least 100 yards in every direction. The ice was empty, completely, utterly empty. Yet the footsteps continued, now moving around toward the front of the shack. I could hear them clearly, heavy and measured, accompanied now by a strange dragging sound as if something was being pulled across the ice. The combination was unnerving in a way I couldn't articulate. I stumbled toward the door flap, fumbling for my flashlight with shaking hands. Part of me knew that opening that door was a mistake, but panic was beginning to override reason. I needed to see what was out there, to confirm with my own eyes that I wasn't losing my mind. My hand was on the zipper when the footsteps stopped again. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sound had been. I stood frozen, flashlight clutched in one hand, listening so intently that my ears began to create phantom sounds in the void. Then came a single, deliberate knock against the canvas wall, not a bump or an accidental brush, but an unmistakable knock, 3 measured taps that could only have been made by knuckles against fabric. Terror flooded through me, pure and primal. I backed away from the door, retreating to the far corner of the shack where my cot stood. I grabbed the flare gun from my emergency kit, checking with trembling fingers that it was loaded. The weight of the weapon in my hand provided minimal comfort. The silence stretched on, becoming almost unbearable. Minutes passed, or perhaps hours. Time had lost meaning. I stood pressed against the back wall, flare gun aimed at the door, waiting for whatever was outside to enter. But nothing happened. Eventually, perhaps an hour later, I heard the footsteps resume, moving away from the shack, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely into the night. Still, I didn't move. I remained standing in the corner, gun ready, until the first gray light of dawn began to seep through the canvas walls. Morning brought no relief from the dread that had settled in my chest. As soon as there was enough light to see clearly, I forced myself to unzip the door and step outside. The cold air hit me like a physical blow, but I barely noticed. My attention was focused entirely on the snow-covered ice surrounding my shack. At first, I saw nothing unusual. The surface was pristine, marked only by my own tracks from the previous day, and the drag marks from where I'd pulled my sled into position. Relief began to wash over me. I'd imagined it all, a nightmare brought on by isolation and grief. There was no visitor, no mysterious footsteps, just an old man's mind playing tricks on him in the darkness. Then I circled around to the back of the shack, and my breath caught in my throat. Footprints, large, deep impressions in the snow and ice, forming a complete circle around my shelter. Each print was elongated and bare, not the typical oval shape of a boot, but something more like a human foot stretched to impossible proportions. The prints sank deep into the crusty surface, requiring significant weight to create such impressions in ice-hardened snow. But it was where the prints began and ended that truly unsettled me. The trail started abruptly about 15 feet from my shack, as if whatever made them had simply materialized there. The prints circled my shelter completely, then stopped just as suddenly 20 feet away on the opposite side. No trail led to the circle's beginning, and none led away from its end. I stood staring at those prints for a long time, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were showing me. I walked the perimeter several times, searching for some logical explanation. Perhaps the wind had erased portions of the trail, but the snow was packed and frozen, not the light powder that could be blown away easily. Perhaps another fisherman playing a prank, but the isolation of this location and the bitter cold made such a scenario absurdly unlikely. I knelt beside one of the prints, examining it closely. The impression was too deep and too detailed to be artificial. I could make out what appeared to be individual toe marks, 5 distinct depressions at the front of each footprint, but the proportions were all wrong. The print was nearly 16 inches long and 7 inches wide at its widest point, far larger than any human foot I'd ever encountered. My hands shook as I pulled out my phone to take photographs, though I knew the device was useless for anything else out here. No signal reached Devil's Elbow, but at least I could document what I was seeing. Part of me already knew that I would need evidence later, that no one would believe this story without proof. After taking several photos from different angles, I returned to my shack and tried to think clearly. My options were limited. I could pack up immediately and head back to the mainland, abandoning several days' worth of supplies and admitting defeat to whatever had visited me in the night. Or I could stay, try to maintain my routine, and hope that whatever had made those prints didn't return. Pride and stubbornness won out over caution. I'd faced blizzards, dangerous ice conditions, and equipment failures over my decades of ice fishing. I'd survived a war overseas and buried my wife of 43 years. I wasn't about to be run off by strange footprints and nighttime noises, no matter how unsettling. But I did take precautions. I spent the morning reinforcing my shack, adding extra ice screws to the anchors and double-checking all my equipment. I inventoried my supplies carefully, making sure I knew exactly what I had available for defense or emergency. The flare gun went back into my coat pocket, where I could reach it quickly. I also laid out my hunting knife, a wicked 7-inch blade I'd carried since my army days, positioning it where I could grab it from the cot. By midday, I'd restored some sense of normalcy. The sun had emerged from behind the clouds, and the temperature had risen slightly, making the day almost pleasant. I drilled a new fishing hole closer to my shack and caught several nice crappies, focusing on the familiar routine to keep my mind from dwelling on the morning's discovery. Despite my determination to maintain normalcy, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The sunlight helped, as did the simple act of fishing, but every shadow seemed to hold potential menace now. Every distant crack of ice made me flinch. I found myself constantly scanning the surrounding islands, looking for movement in the tree line. Around 2 in the afternoon, I made a decision that I would later recognize as profoundly foolish. I needed to see Jim Barrett's old shack again, to check if there were any similar disturbances there. Perhaps whatever had visited me had also investigated his abandoned shelter. Perhaps there would be some clue there, some explanation that would make sense of the previous night's events. The ride north felt different in daylight. The landscape that had seemed beautiful 2 days ago now appeared vaguely threatening. The island's dark pines seemed to lean toward the ice, their shadows reaching out like grasping fingers. I drove faster than was wise, the snowmobile skis occasionally catching on rough ice patches, sending jarring vibrations up through my spine. Jim's shack appeared on the horizon sooner than I expected, but as I drew closer, something was clearly wrong. Even from a distance, I could see that the structure looked different from my visit the day before. I slowed the snowmobile, approaching cautiously, a tight knot of dread forming in my stomach. The front wall of the shack had been destroyed, not damaged by weather or time, but torn outward with tremendous force. Thick plywood panels hung in splinters, and the entire structure tilted at an angle, partially collapsed. I parked 50 feet away and approached on foot, every instinct screaming at me to turn around and leave. The damage was extensive and violent. The door had been ripped completely off its hinges and lay twisted on the ice 20 feet from the entrance. Deep gouges scarred what remained of the walls, long parallel scratches that looked like nothing so much as claw marks, though far larger than any bear could produce. I paused at the entrance, steeling myself before looking inside. What I saw there nearly made my knees buckle. The interior was a scene of savage destruction. Jim's old cot had been torn apart, its metal frame bent and twisted as if by incredible force. The canvas that had formed the sleeping surface was shredded into ribbons. His fishing gear had been scattered and broken, poles snapped in half, tackle boxes crushed and scattered. But it was the blood that truly horrified me. Dark stains covered the wooden floor, splashed across the walls, and pooled in the corner where the cot had stood, frozen solid by the intense cold. The blood had formed grotesque ice sculptures, crystalline structures that caught the light filtering through the damaged walls. There was too much of it, far too much. No one could lose that much blood and survive. Yet there was no body. Despite the clear evidence of violence, despite the massive quantities of blood, there was no corpse, no remains, nothing but the stains and the destruction. I backed out of the shack slowly, my mind reeling. My first thought was to contact the authorities, to report whatever had happened here. But my radio had no range from this location, and my phone remained useless. I would have to return to the mainland to get help, a journey that would take hours. As I stood there trying to decide on my next move, I noticed something that chilled me even more than the blood-soaked shack. A trail of the same elongated footprints I'd found around my shelter led from the destroyed structure toward the nearby island, disappearing into the dense pine forest, and lying in the snow near the tree line was a piece of torn, blood-stained fabric that looked disturbingly like it had come from a heavy winter coat. The return journey to my shack was a blur of panic and racing thoughts. I knew I should leave immediately, head for the mainland and safety, but darkness was already approaching, the sun sinking rapidly toward the horizon. The temperature was dropping again, and attempting a crossing of the lake's vast expanse in failing light was potentially suicidal. Slush pockets, pressure ridges, and open water channels were difficult enough to navigate in daylight. In darkness, they were deadly. I made it back to my shelter just as twilight was fading to night. My hands shook so badly that it took 3 tries to get the snowmobile parked properly. Inside the shack, I frantically began organizing my gear for a dawn departure. I would pack everything tonight, be ready to leave at first light, get to the ranger station, and report what I'd found. Let the professionals figure out what had happened to Jim's shack and to whomever had been staying there. The wind picked up as darkness fell, buffeting the canvas walls with renewed fury. I lit both lanterns, wanting as much light as possible, and turned the propane heater to its highest setting. The flare gun went under my pillow, and the hunting knife stayed in my hand. I tried to eat dinner but couldn't force down more than a few bites of cold canned beans. Around 8 o'clock by my watch, I heard the sound again, a long, mournful howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. It wasn't like any animal call I'd ever heard in my decades of outdoor experience. The sound was wrong, carrying a quality that bypassed my rational mind and went straight to some ancient, primal part of my brain that knew only fear. The howl faded slowly, echoing across the frozen lake, and in the silence that followed, I became aware of my own ragged breathing. I moved to the observation window and pressed my face against the plastic, scanning the darkness outside. At first I saw nothing but the moon-washed ice stretching away toward the distant islands. Then movement caught my eye near the tree line of the closest island, perhaps 200 yards away. A shape stood there, tall and impossibly thin, its silhouette darker than the surrounding shadows. It was motionless, but I had the unmistakable impression that it was watching me, that whatever intelligence guided that form was focused entirely on my small, vulnerable shelter. I don't know how long I stood at that window, staring at the figure while it stared back. Minutes or hours, time had no meaning. My legs ached from standing, and my eyes burned from the strain of peering into the darkness, but I couldn't look away. Then, without any apparent movement, the figure was closer, not walking, not running, just suddenly standing 50 yards nearer than it had been a moment before. The impossible transition broke something in my mind. I stumbled backward from the window, terror overwhelming rational thought. The footsteps began again, that same heavy, measured crunching I'd heard the previous night. They approached steadily, and I backed into the corner of the shack, flare gun raised with shaking hands. The knife lay on the cot, forgotten in my panic. The footsteps stopped directly outside the door. For an eternal moment, nothing happened. Then came that same deliberate knock, 3 measured taps against the canvas. "Go away," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Leave me alone." Silence answered me, the kind of silence that feels alive, pregnant with potential. I stood trembling in the corner, gun aimed at the door, waiting for whatever came next. What came next was worse than any attack could have been. A soft sound, like fingernails dragging slowly down the canvas wall. The sound moved across the front of the shack, then along the side, then across the back, a complete circuit that took perhaps 30 seconds. When it finished, the silence returned, deeper and more oppressive than before. I stood frozen in that corner for the rest of the night, gun never wavering from the door, listening for any sound that might herald another visit. None came. As dawn finally began to gray the eastern sky, I was still standing there, exhausted and terrified but alive. I didn't waste time on breakfast or proper packing. As soon as there was enough light to see, I threw my essential gear onto the sled in a chaotic heap, not caring about organization or protecting equipment. Survival was my only priority now. I needed to reach the ranger station, needed to get off this ice and away from whatever was hunting me. The snowmobile started on the first pull, and I offered a silent prayer of gratitude. I'd heard horror stories of machines failing at critical moments, of fishermen stranded on the ice by mechanical problems. But my old Arctic cat had never let me down in 15 years, and it didn't fail me now. I pulled away from my campsite without looking back, opening the throttle as wide as I dared. The sled bounced and lurched behind me, inadequately secured, but I didn't care. Speed was everything now. The ranger outpost lay 12 miles south, across open ice and around several islands. In good conditions, the journey took about 40 minutes. Today I intended to make it in 30. For the first few miles, I allowed myself to believe I was going to make it. The morning was clear and cold, perfect conditions for travel. The ice was solid beneath my skis, and the snowmobile's engine ran smoothly. I focused on navigation, picking the safest route around pressure ridges and avoiding areas where slush might lurk beneath fresh snow. Then I made the mistake of checking my side mirror. Something moved behind me, a dark shape against the white expanse of ice. At first I thought it was a visual trick, perhaps a shadow cast by one of the islands. But the shape was moving, and it was moving fast, far faster than any animal should be able to run across broken ice. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder, and what I saw nearly made me lose control of the snowmobile. A figure pursued me, running upright in a gait that was disturbingly human yet fundamentally wrong. It moved in great bounding strides, covering impossible distances with each step. Arms swung low at its sides, nearly reaching the ice with each forward swing. Even from this distance, I could see that it was gaunt, impossibly thin, its body all sharp angles and protruding bones. Terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I twisted the throttle to its maximum, the engine screaming in protest. The speedometer needle climbed past 50 miles per hour, a dangerous speed on ice, but I didn't care. Behind me, that thing maintained its pace, neither gaining nor falling back, simply pursuing with mechanical relentlessness. A sound reached me over the snowmobile's roar, a guttural cry that seemed to combine rage and hunger in equal measure. The thing chasing me was calling, and the sound it made drove ice picks of fear into my brain. Ahead, I could see the channel that ran between two of the larger islands, a notorious spot where current kept the ice thinner than the surrounding areas. In summer, boats navigated this passage freely. In winter, experienced fishermen avoided it. But it was the shortest route to the ranger station, potentially saving me several critical minutes. I didn't hesitate. I aimed directly for the channel, praying that the ice would hold my weight. The snowmobile hit the thinner ice at full speed, and for a terrifying moment, I felt the surface flex beneath me. But it held, and I rocketed across the narrow passage in seconds. Looking back, I saw my pursuer reach the channel's edge and pause for the first time. It stood at the brink, that impossible figure, and for a moment I thought I'd escaped. Then it stepped onto the thin ice, and despite its obvious weight, the surface didn't crack. It resumed its chase as if walking on solid ground. In desperation, I fumbled for the flare gun in my pocket, nearly losing control of the snowmobile in the process. One-handed, I aimed back over my shoulder and fired. The flare streaked across the morning sky, a brilliant red arc that exploded in a shower of sparks above my pursuer. The thing flinched away from the bright light, arms raised to shield its face. And in that moment of distraction, I gained precious distance. Hope flared in my chest, and I focused everything on the route ahead, willing the machine beneath me to hold together just a little longer. That's when the ice gave way. I had no warning. One moment the snowmobile was racing across solid ice, the next it was plunging into a hidden slush pocket, a kind of saturated, semi-frozen mix that lies in wait beneath innocent-looking snow. The machine's skis dug into the slush like quicksand, bringing us to a violent, jarring stop. The sudden deceleration threw me forward over the handlebars. I hit the ice hard, the impact driving the air from my lungs. For a moment, I lay stunned, unable to breathe, unable to think beyond the urgent need for oxygen. Behind me, the snowmobile's engine died with a sad sputter. Then survival instinct kicked in. I scrambled to my feet, gasping for air, and immediately felt the ice shift beneath me. Cracks radiated outward from the slush pocket, and dark water began seeping up through the growing fissures. I was standing on ice that was about to give way completely. The shoreline lay 30 yards ahead, in normal circumstances a short walk. Now with the ice fracturing beneath my feet and something pursuing me, it might as well have been miles, but I had no choice. I moved forward as quickly as I dared, each step sending new cracks, spider-webbing across the surface. Behind me, I heard the splash as the snowmobile broke through completely, vanishing into the frigid water below, 20 yards. I could see individual trees on the shoreline now, could make out the details of snow-covered rocks. Behind me, I heard the heavy footfalls of my pursuer growing closer. It had resumed the chase, apparently unbothered by the collapsing ice. 15 yards. A loud crack echoed across the lake as a major section of ice gave way behind me. I didn't dare look back. I could only move forward, arms windmilling for balance, boots breaking through the surface with every other step as the ice degraded beneath my weight. 10 yards. The footsteps behind me stopped, replaced by a shriek of pure rage that seemed to pierce straight through my skull. My legs burned with the effort of running through knee-deep slush, my clothes soaked and freezing. 5 yards. A final lunge carried me off the ice and onto solid ground. I collapsed into the snow, gasping, trembling, certain that I would feel claws tearing into my back at any moment. But the attack never came. Instead, I heard another sound, an engine, growing rapidly louder. A game warden's ATV appeared on the service trail that ran along the shore, drawn by the flare I'd fired minutes ago. The warden, a young man whose name I would later learn was Thomas Crawford, jumped from his vehicle and ran toward me, shouting questions I couldn't process. He wrapped an emergency blanket around my shoulders and helped me onto the back of his ATV. As we pulled away, I looked back toward the lake one final time. The ice where I'd nearly drowned was settling, chunks of broken surface floating in dark water, and standing at the edge of solid ice barely visible in the morning glare was a tall, impossibly thin figure watching us leave. 2 days later, after warming up at the ranger station and giving a statement that officials clearly didn't believe, I returned to the site with local authorities. The ice had refrozen overnight, erasing most evidence of my near drowning. My snowmobile was gone, presumably at the bottom of the lake. My abandoned shack and gear were never recovered. No one was willing to venture back to Devil's Elbow to retrieve them. But they found something else. Deep gouges in the ice, claw marks that trailed away from where I'd broken through, following my path to shore before vanishing completely. The marks were impossibly deep, as if something with tremendous strength had clawed its way across the frozen surface. No animal tracks accompanied them, just those parallel gouges, each one over an inch deep in solid ice. The local Ontario Provincial Police documented everything, took photographs, filed a report, but the investigation went nowhere. Jim Barrett's shack was examined and found to be severely damaged, but the blood I'd seen was attributed to an animal kill, possibly a deer that had been dragged there by wolves. The gouges in the ice near my escape site were labeled as unusual natural ice formations in the official report. I never returned to Lake of the Woods. Within a month, I'd sold everything. The cabin near Baudette, all my fishing equipment, my spare snowmobile, everything that connected me to that place. I moved south, to a small town in Iowa, where the winters are milder and the lakes are shallow and crowded. But the memories didn't fade. In the years since, I've heard other stories. Whispered accounts from local fishermen about disappearances around Devil's Elbow, about equipment found abandoned on the ice with no sign of the anglers who'd left them there, about strange tracks that appear and disappear with no logical explanation, about sounds in the night that don't match any known animal. I told my story once to an investigator from the Ontario Ministry of Natural Resources. He listened carefully, took notes, and promised to look into it. 3 weeks later, I called to follow up and was told that no record existed of our conversation. The recording that was made during my interview had mysteriously vanished, and the investigator had been transferred to a different office 300 miles away. Official policy now discourages winter fishing around Devil's Elbow. Warning signs have been posted citing unstable ice conditions, though locals know the ice there is often more solid than in more popular fishing areas. Still, a few hardy souls venture out each winter, drawn by the promise of solitude and good fishing. Not all of them come back. I'm 73 years old now, and I don't have many winters left. But I've made peace with the knowledge that I'll never understand what I encountered on Lake of the Woods. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some things that walk in the darkness are better left unknown. But on cold winter nights, when the wind howls and ice forms on my windows, I sometimes wake in the darkness, certain I can hear footsteps circling my house. Heavy, measured footsteps that crunch through frozen snow. And I lie there in my bed, hardly breathing, listening until dawn breaks and the sounds fade away. God help anyone who goes looking for answers on that frozen lake. Because some questions, once you start asking them, demand answers that no one should have to face, and Devil's Elbow keeps its secrets well, hidden beneath layers of ice and snow, waiting for the next curious soul who ventures too far into the frozen wilderness, seeking solitude and finding something far more terrible instead. Living in the middle of nowhere was supposed to be peaceful. Our house sat on the outskirts of Coche Bay, Oregon, swallowed by an endless expanse of dense forest that stretched in every direction. During the day, sunlight filtered through the canopy and scattered beams, painting the forest floor in patches of gold and shadow. But at night, when darkness settled over the trees like a heavy blanket, the woods transformed into something else entirely, something that felt alive, watchful, and hungry. I was 14 years old when it started, though I suppose I should have noticed the signs earlier. The way the birds would suddenly go silent when I walked home from the bus stop. The strange markings I'd find on trees near our property, deep gouges in the bark that looked almost deliberate. The feeling of eyes following me whenever I ventured too close to the tree line, but I ignored all of it, writing it off as coincidence or an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror movies. It was late September when everything changed. A storm had rolled in from the coast that evening, bringing with it sheets of rain that hammered against our roof and winds that made the old house groan and creak. My parents had gone to bed early, exhausted from their long commutes to the lumber mill where they both worked. I lay in my bed listening to the storm, watching shadows dance across my ceiling as branches swayed outside my window. The house settled into that particular kind of silence that comes after everyone else is asleep. A silence that makes every sound seem amplified, every creak of wood or whistle of wind seem deliberate. I had just started to drift off when I heard it, a knock on my window, not a tap from a branch or the scatter of rain. This was deliberate, purposeful. 3 distinct knocks, evenly spaced, each one resonating in the darkness like a heartbeat. My eyes snapped open, and I lay frozen, every muscle in my body tensed. The knocking had come from the window directly beside my bed, the one that faced the forest. I held my breath, straining to hear over the pounding of my own heart. Seconds stretched into what felt like minutes. Nothing, just the wind and the rain. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was just a branch after all, or debris caught in the wind. I tried to convince myself of this as I slowly, carefully reached for the edge of the curtain. My fingers trembled as they closed around the fabric. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there was nothing there, that I was letting my imagination run wild. I pulled the curtain back. Darkness stared back at me. The glass was streaked with rain, reflecting my pale face back at me like a ghost. Beyond it, the forest was a wall of black, the trees mere suggestions in the storm. I pressed my face closer to the glass, cupping my hands around my eyes to block out the light from my room. Nothing moved out there, just darkness and rain and wind. But something felt wrong. The longer I looked, the more certain I became that something was different, that something about the darkness beyond the glass wasn't quite right. There was a quality to it, a density, as if the shadows had gathered there deliberately, as if they were watching me just as intently as I was watching them. I jerked the curtain closed and scrambled back from the window, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I lay there in the darkness, every sense on high alert, waiting for another knock that never came. The storm continued its assault on the house, but I barely heard it over the rushing of blood in my ears. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that darkness beyond the glass, felt the weight of something watching, waiting. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in shades of gray, I felt a measure of relief wash over me. Whatever had been out there, if anything had been out there, was gone now. But when I finally worked up the courage to look outside in the morning light, that relief evaporated like mist in the sun. The morning was cold and damp, the storm having passed but leaving behind a penetrating chill that seeped through my jacket as I stepped outside. Mist clung to the ground in wispy patches, and the forest dripped with moisture, each leaf releasing tiny rivers of water. Everything smelled of wet earth and pine. I walked around to the side of the house where my bedroom window faced the woods, moving slowly, almost reluctantly. Part of me hoped I would find nothing, just mud and fallen branches and the ordinary debris of a storm. But another part of me, the part that had lain awake all night, knew better. The footprints were unmistakable. They started about 10 feet from the house and led directly to my window, where they stopped. The impressions were deep, pressed into the soft mud by considerable weight. I knelt down beside them, my breath forming small clouds in the cold air. These weren't the prints of a deer or a bear. They were human, or at least human-shaped. Boot prints, large ones, easily a size 13 or 14, much bigger than my father's feet, much bigger than mine. What made my stomach turn wasn't just their size, but their placement. They approached my window in a straight line, deliberate and purposeful. No wandering, no meandering path that might suggest someone lost or confused. These prints spoke of intention, of someone who had known exactly where they were going and why. I followed them with my eyes, tracing their path backward. They emerged from the forest about 30 yards away, appearing at the edge of the tree line as if the person had materialized from the woods themselves. And then, after stopping at my window, they returned the same way, each print evenly spaced, heading back into the darkness between the trees where they disappeared. I stood there for a long time, staring at those prints, trying to make sense of them. Maybe it was a neighbor, but our nearest neighbors were the Hendersons, and they lived over 2 miles away. Maybe someone had gotten lost in the storm, but then why wouldn't they knock on the door? Why come to my window specifically? The wind picked up, rustling through the trees, and I suddenly felt very exposed standing there. The forest seemed to press closer, and I had the distinct impression of being observed. The feeling crawled across my skin like insects, raising the hair on the back of my neck. I backed away from the prints, my eyes scanning the tree line, looking for any sign of movement. Nothing, just trees and shadows, and the slow drip of water from the branches. I went back inside and locked the door behind me, then checked every window in the house, making sure they were all secure. My parents were already up, moving through their morning routine with the automatic efficiency of people who had done the same thing every day for 20 years. My mother was making coffee, and my father was reading the newspaper at the kitchen table. "You're up early," my mother said, glancing at me as I entered the kitchen. "Couldn't sleep?" I wanted to tell them. I wanted to show them the prints, to explain about the knocking, to share the fear that had coiled in my gut like a living thing. But looking at them now, in the ordinary light of morning, with coffee brewing and toast in the toaster and the radio playing softly in the background, I couldn't find the words. How could I explain that feeling of being watched? How could I make them understand the wrongness I had felt staring into that darkness beyond my window? "Storm kept me awake," I said instead, pouring myself a glass of orange juice. "It was a loud one," my father agreed, not looking up from his paper. "Knocked down some branches in the driveway. I'll need to clear them before I leave for work." The conversation moved on to ordinary things. My mother's schedule at the mill, my upcoming science test, whether we needed milk from the store. Normal mundane details of normal mundane life. But I couldn't shake the image of those footprints. Couldn't forget that deliberate approach to my window. School that day was a blur. I couldn't focus on anything the teachers said. I kept replaying the night before in my mind, analyzing every detail, searching for some rational explanation that would make everything make sense. But no matter how I looked at it, I couldn't escape the fundamental truth. Someone had stood outside my window in the middle of a storm and knocked. Someone had wanted me to know they were there. The days that followed were tense. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Every night I would check my window before bed, making sure the curtains were drawn tight, making sure the lock was secure. I started sleeping with my light on, something I hadn't done since I was a small child. My parents noticed the change in me. My mother asked if everything was okay at school, if I was being bullied or having trouble with my classes. I assured her everything was fine, but I could see the concern in her eyes. My father suggested I spend more time outdoors, get some exercise, claiming the fresh air would do me good. But the last thing I wanted was to spend time outside, especially near the woods. A week after the knocking incident, I was skateboarding home from school. It was late afternoon, and the sun was already sinking toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. The road home was mostly empty. It usually was, just a long stretch of cracked asphalt cutting through the forest. The sound of my wheels on the pavement was rhythmic, almost meditative, and for the first time in days I felt something close to normal. That's when I saw him. He was standing at the edge of the woods, maybe 50 yards ahead, just off the side of the road. Not hidden exactly, but not quite in the open either. Positioned in that liminal space between the forest and the road where the shadows of the trees stretched long across the ground. He was too far away for me to make out details of his face, but I could see he was tall, abnormally so, with a thin frame that seemed almost skeletal beneath dark clothes. And he was staring directly at me. I slowed down, my feet dragging on the pavement to brake. The man didn't move. He just stood there, perfectly still, watching. There was something wrong about his posture, too rigid, too unnatural, like a mannequin that had been posed rather than a person standing normally. His arms hung at his sides, but they seemed too long, extending past where they should have ended. My heart started to pound. This was him. This had to be him. The person who had knocked on my window, who had left those footprints in the mud. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to skate back the way I had come, to get away from this man and whatever wrongness emanated from him. But I didn't. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was the foolish bravery of someone too young to fully understand danger, but I kept going. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just someone out for a walk, that there was nothing to be afraid of. I kept my eyes forward, trying not to look at him as I approached, trying to act casual, even as every muscle in my body tensed. As I got closer, I couldn't help but glance in his direction. He had turned now, his body rotating to follow my progress, his head tracking me like a predator following prey. I still couldn't see his face clearly. It was too shadowed, too obscured by distance and the failing light, but I could feel his eyes on me, could feel the weight of his attention like a physical thing. I sped up, pushing harder on the pavement, wanting nothing more than to be past him, to be home, to be anywhere but here. My wheels hummed against the asphalt, and my breath came in short gasps, though I wasn't sure if it was from exertion or fear. Don't look back, I told myself. Just keep going. Don't look back. But I did look back. He was still there, still watching, but now he had stepped fully out of the shadows and onto the edge of the road. In the dying light, I could see more details, the unnatural length of his limbs, the way his clothes hung on his frame like they were several sizes too large, the strange angle of his head as it tilted to one side, studying me. And though I still couldn't make out his features, I had the distinct impression of a smile, wide and wrong and full of teeth. I turned back around and skated as fast as I could, no longer caring about maintaining composure, no longer worried about looking scared. By the time I reached my driveway, my lungs were burning and my legs were shaking. I grabbed my skateboard and ran to the door, fumbling with the keys, nearly dropping them in my haste to get inside. Once I was in, I locked the door and ran to the living room window, peeking through the curtains back toward the road. The man was gone. The spot where he had been standing was empty, just trees and shadows and the gathering dusk. But I knew what I had seen. I knew he had been there, watching me, waiting for something. That night, I couldn't eat dinner. My mother felt my forehead, convinced I was coming down with something. My father told me to get to bed early, to rest up, but rest was the last thing I could do. I lay in my bed, staring at my window, waiting for those 3 knocks to come again. They didn't come that night, but somehow that was almost worse, because now I knew he was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching and waiting, and I had no idea what he wanted or when he would come back. I couldn't take it anymore. Days had passed since I'd seen the man on the road, but the fear hadn't diminished. If anything, it had grown, festering in my mind like an infected wound. Every shadow seemed to conceal a threat. Every sound from outside made my heart race. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate, couldn't escape the feeling that something terrible was building, that whatever was happening was far from over. I needed answers. I needed to understand what I was dealing with, even if part of me was terrified of what I might find. So one evening, after my parents had gone to bed, I made a decision that would change everything. I gathered my supplies carefully, methodically. My father's pistol, which he kept in a lockbox under his bed. I knew where he hid the key. My flashlight, heavy and solid, with fresh batteries. A jacket, even though the night wasn't particularly cold. I dressed in dark clothes, not really thinking about why, just operating on some instinct that told me I needed to blend into the darkness. The house was silent as I crept through it, every creak of the floorboards sounding like a thunderclap in my ears. I paused at my parents' bedroom door, listening to my father's steady snoring, my mother's quiet breathing. They had no idea what I was about to do. Maybe that was for the best. I slipped out the back door, closing it softly behind me. The night air hit me immediately, carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest loomed before me, a wall of darkness broken only by the pale light of a half moon struggling to penetrate the canopy. For a moment I hesitated, every rational part of my brain screaming at me to turn around, to go back inside, to forget this foolish plan. But I couldn't. The fear had become unbearable, and the only way I knew to fight it was to face it head on. I clicked on my flashlight and stepped into the woods. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a small circle of forest floor, fallen leaves, exposed roots, scattered pine cones. Beyond that circle, the darkness seemed absolute, pressing in from all sides like something solid. I moved slowly, carefully, my free hand gripping the pistol in my jacket pocket. Every sound made me flinch, the snap of a twig under my foot, the rustle of something moving through the undergrowth, the distant hoot of an owl. I tried to follow the same path I had seen the footprints take, heading deeper into the woods in the direction the man had come from. The trees grew denser here, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so thick that almost no moonlight penetrated. My flashlight became my entire world, a small sphere of visibility in an ocean of darkness. Time lost meaning. I might have been walking for 10 minutes or an hour. I couldn't tell. The forest seemed to swallow distance, making it impossible to judge how far I had come or how far I had yet to go. I was beginning to think this was a mistake, that I should turn back when I noticed something ahead. A break in the trees, a clearing, or something like it. I approached cautiously, my heart hammering in my chest. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a clearing at all. It was the entrance to a cave, partially hidden behind a thick cluster of bushes and fallen logs. The opening was large, easily 6 feet high and twice as wide, like a mouth yawning in the side of a small hill. My flashlight beam didn't penetrate far into it. The darkness inside seemed to absorb the light. I stood at the entrance, every fiber of my being telling me not to go in, that this was a bad idea, that I should run while I still could. The cave exhaled cold air that smelled of damp stone and something else, something organic and rotting that made my stomach turn. But I had come this far. I had to know. I took a step toward the entrance. That's when something exploded from the cave with a sound like a scream. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight, my heart seeming to stop in my chest. A mountain lion, a huge one, its golden fur matted and dirty, burst from the darkness and raced past me, so close I could feel the displacement of air. Its eyes were wide with terror, its ears flat against its skull, and it ran as if pursued by something far more dangerous than itself. I stood there, gasping, watching the cat disappear into the forest. Mountain lions didn't run from people. They were apex predators, feared by everything else in these woods. What could possibly scare one so badly that it would flee like that? The answer, I realized with growing dread, was inside the cave. I should have left then. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to follow the cat's example, to run as fast and far as I could. But I couldn't. Something drew me forward. Call it curiosity, call it stupidity, call it fate. I needed to see what was in there. I stepped into the cave. The temperature dropped immediately as I crossed the threshold. The cave exhaled a cold that had nothing to do with the season. A deep, ancient cold that seemed to seep from the stone itself. My flashlight beam trembled as my hand shook, illuminating rough walls that glistened with moisture. The smell was worse inside, that rotting odor intensified, mixed with something metallic and sharp that I recognized with horror as blood. I forced myself to breathe through my mouth, trying not to gag. The cave descended gradually, sloping downward into the earth. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness ahead, each drop echoing with unnatural clarity. My footsteps sounded too loud, each one announcing my presence to whatever might be lurking in the depths. The beam of my flashlight caught something on the walls, dark stains that streaked down the stone like paint. But I knew it wasn't paint. The stains were too irregular, too organic, spreading in patterns that spoke of violence. I didn't want to think about what had caused them, didn't want to imagine the struggles that might have taken place here. I continued deeper, my thumb resting on the safety of the pistol now clutched in my right hand, the flashlight in my left. The cave narrowed slightly, then opened into a wider chamber. My light swept across the space, and what I saw made my blood freeze. Bones, scattered across the floor like discarded toys. Most were animal. I could make out the skull of a deer, the ribcage of what might have been a bear, but there were others, smaller ones, that I didn't want to identify, and among them, half buried in the dirt and debris, personal items that had no business being in a cave. A watch, tarnished and broken. A shoe, small enough to belong to a child. A pair of glasses with one lens missing. These were trophies, evidence of hunts, proof of kills. My hands were shaking so badly now that the flashlight beam jerked across the cave walls, creating dancing shadows that seemed almost alive. I backed up, ready to run, ready to get out of this nightmare place and never look back. That's when I saw him. He was standing in the deeper darkness at the back of the chamber, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. But I could make out his silhouette, that impossibly tall frame, those 2 long limbs, the slight tilt of his head as he regarded me. He hadn't been there a moment ago, I was certain of it. He had simply appeared, materializing from the shadows like something born of darkness itself. For several heartbeats, neither of us moved. We stood frozen, predator and prey, hunter and hunted. My flashlight beam inched forward, illuminating more of him, and what I saw defied rational explanation. He wore what looked like a mask, but it was like no mask I had ever seen. It was crude, fashioned from what might have been bark or leather or something worse, twisted into an expression of agony. The mouth was carved into a wide grimace, revealing what looked like real teeth beneath too many teeth, arranged in rows that no human mouth should contain. But it was the eyes that paralyzed me. They glowed with a deep crimson light, not reflecting my flashlight, but generating their own luminescence, like hot coals burning in the darkness. His body was wrong. Even accounting for his height, the proportions were all wrong. His arms hung down past his knees, ending in hands with fingers that seemed to have too many joints. His legs bent backward slightly, like a bird's. Beneath the tattered remains of clothing, his skin appeared gray and mottled, stretched tight over a frame that seemed composed of nothing but bone and sinew. He took a step forward, and the movement was all wrong, too fluid, too quick, like watching a film with frames missing. The sound he made wasn't quite a breath, and wasn't quite a growl. It was something in between, something that spoke of hunger and rage and ancient evil. I raised the pistol, my arm trembling so violently I could barely aim. "Stay back," I managed to croak, my voice barely above a whisper. "Don't come any closer." He tilted his head the other way, studying me with those burning red eyes. Then he smiled. I could see the mask shift, could see those terrible teeth gleaming in the darkness. He was enjoying this, enjoying my fear. I pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening in the confined space, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the entire cave in stark white light. The bullet struck the wall behind where he had been standing, sending chips of stone flying. But he wasn't there anymore. He had moved impossibly fast, inhumanly fast, and was now to my left, then my right, then behind me. I spun, trying to track him, firing wildly, the reports of the pistol echoing like thunder. But he was always one step ahead, always just out of reach, moving with a speed and grace that mocked the laws of physics. My flashlight beam caught glimpses of him, a flash of those red eyes here, the swipe of those two long arms there, the gleam of teeth in the darkness. He was toying with me, I realized. He could have killed me at any moment, but he was drawing it out, savoring my terror. The pistol clicked empty. I had fired all the rounds. He stopped moving, materializing directly in front of me, so close I could smell him, a smell of decay and earth and something else, something primal and wrong. He reached out one of those elongated hands, those two jointed fingers stretching toward my face. I did the only thing I could do. I ran. I bolted past him, nearly dropping my flashlight, my legs pumping with a speed born of pure terror. Behind me I heard that sound again, that not quite breath, not quite growl, but now it was louder, more excited, like a predator that had finally been given permission to chase. I ran through the cave, bouncing off walls, slipping on the damp stone, the beam of my flashlight jerking wildly ahead of me. I could hear him behind me, could hear the scrape of those wrong feet on stone, the rustle of his movement through the darkness. He was fast, terrifyingly fast. But the narrow passage of the cave worked in my favor, limiting his ability to maneuver. I burst out of the cave entrance and into the forest, gasping for air, my lungs burning. I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I ran through the woods, branches whipping at my face, roots trying to trip me, the flashlight my only guide through the darkness. Behind me, I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth, closer than should be possible, gaining on me with every second. The forest became a blur of terror. I had no idea if I was running toward home or deeper into the woods. All I knew was that I had to keep moving, had to keep the distance between us, because if he caught me, if those two long fingers closed around me, I would end up like those bones in the cave, just another trophy, another victim. My foot caught on a root and I went down hard, the flashlight flying from my hand and rolling away. For a moment I was in complete darkness, disoriented and helpless. I scrambled on my hands and knees, searching frantically for the light, my fingers closing around it just as I heard him arrive behind me. I spun, bringing the flashlight up, and there he was, standing not 10 feet away, that terrible mask tilted down at me, those red eyes burning in the darkness. He raised his arms, fingers spread wide, ready to pounce. And then, suddenly, he stopped. He turned his head, looking off into the forest, those red eyes narrowing. He took a step backward, then another. Something had spooked him, drawn his attention away from me. He stood there for another moment, perfectly still, then turned and vanished into the woods with that impossible speed, moving in a direction away from my house. I didn't question it. I grabbed my flashlight and ran harder than I had ever run in my life, until I finally mercifully saw the lights of my house through the trees. I made it back to my house and slammed through the back door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the lock. I stood in the kitchen, gasping for breath, my clothes torn and dirty, my face scratched from branches, my entire body trembling with the aftershock of adrenaline. The house was still silent. My parents hadn't woken up. They had no idea I had been gone, no idea what I had just witnessed. I stood there for a long moment, trying to process what had happened, trying to convince myself it had been real and not some nightmare brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But the scratches on my face were real. The dirt under my fingernails was real. The empty pistol in my pocket was real. Whatever that thing in the cave had been, it wasn't my imagination. I went to the bathroom and washed my face, watching the water turn brown as it swirled down the drain. My reflection stared back at me, pale, wild-eyed, terrified. I looked like someone who had seen death and barely escaped, which I realized was exactly what I was. Sleep was impossible. I went to my room, locked the door, and pushed my dresser in front of it for good measure. Then I sat at my desk and opened my laptop. If I was going to survive this, I needed to understand what I was dealing with. I needed answers. I started searching, typing in descriptions of what I had seen. Tall creature in woods, glowing red eyes, gray skin, elongated limbs. Most of what came up was useless, badly written creepypasta, obviously fake photographs, forum posts from people who clearly hadn't experienced anything real. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. It was a blog post from a folklore researcher, someone who had spent years collecting stories from various Native American tribes in the Pacific Northwest. The post discussed various entities from indigenous mythology, and one section in particular caught my attention. The description matched almost perfectly: a creature born of hunger and desperation, transformed by an insatiable need to consume. Abnormally tall, with elongated limbs and glowing eyes, it moved with unnatural speed and hunted humans specifically, treating them as prey. Those who encountered it rarely survived, and those who did were marked by the experience, forever changed by what they had witnessed. The researcher had collected dozens of accounts from different tribes: Cree, Ojibwe, Algonquin, all describing similar encounters. The details varied slightly from story to story, but the core elements remained consistent. This was something real, something that had been known about and feared for centuries, long before European settlers arrived. I read account after account, each one more terrifying than the last. Stories of hunters who never returned from the woods, tales of entire families found dead in their cabins, their bones stripped clean, warnings passed down through generations about certain areas of the forest that should never be entered, certain sounds that should never be investigated. But what struck me most was what the researcher had written at the end of the post. The most disturbing aspect of these accounts is not what they describe, but what they leave unsaid. In every culture that has legends of this creature, there is an understanding that it doesn't merely kill for food. It hunts for sport, it enjoys the fear it creates, and once it has chosen a target, it rarely gives up the pursuit. My hands were shaking again. This thing, whatever it was, had chosen me. It had knocked on my window, had left its footprints in the mud, had shown itself to me on the road, had let me find its cave. It was toying with me, playing with me, the way a cat plays with a mouse before the kill. I kept searching, looking for any information about how to defend against it, how to escape, how to survive. But the more I read, the more hopeless it seemed. Most accounts ended in death. Those few that described survivors spoke of people who had fled far away, who had left the region entirely and never returned. There was no way to fight it, no weapon that could kill it, no place to hide that it couldn't eventually find. The sun was rising by the time I finally closed my laptop, painting my room in shades of gray and gold. I had been researching for hours, and all I had gained was a deeper understanding of how much danger I was in. This wasn't going to end, not unless I left, not unless I put as much distance as possible between myself and these woods. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. I went through the motions of normal life, going to school, eating meals with my family, pretending everything was fine, but inside, I was dying. The fear never left me. It was a constant presence, sitting in my chest like a stone, making it hard to breathe, impossible to relax. I stopped sleeping in my room. I told my parents I wanted to sleep on the couch because my bed was uncomfortable, because my room was too cold, because of a dozen different excuses that they accepted without question. The truth was that I couldn't bear to be near that window anymore, couldn't stand the thought of lying there in the dark, waiting for those 3 knocks to come again. But it didn't matter where I slept. The feeling of being watched never went away. I would catch glimpses of movement at the edge of the woods, dark shapes that disappeared when I tried to look at them directly. Strange sounds in the night scratching at the walls, footsteps on the roof. That horrible not-quite-breath sound carried on the wind. My parents heard nothing, saw nothing. They continued their routines, oblivious to the horror that was slowly tightening its grip on our home. I tried to tell them. Multiple times I opened my mouth to explain what I had seen, to beg them to leave, to make them understand that we were in danger. But the words wouldn't come. How could I explain something so impossible? How could I make them believe in a monster when I could barely believe it myself? My grades dropped. My teachers expressed concern. My few friends stopped inviting me to hang out because I always said no, always made excuses, always seemed distracted and distant. I was falling apart, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. The worst part was the waiting. Days passed, then a week, then 2, and nothing happened. No more knocks on the window. No more sightings of that tall figure in the woods. It was as if the encounter in the cave had never happened, as if I had imagined the whole thing. But I knew better. This was part of the game. This was the creature letting my fear build, letting me torture myself with anticipation, letting me wonder when, not if, but when it would come for me. Every moment of peace was just the calm before the storm. Every quiet night, just the setup for an attack that could come at any second. I started carrying my father's pistol with me everywhere, even though I had no more ammunition for it. Just the weight of it in my pocket was somehow comforting, a small illusion of control in a situation where I had none. I bought a new flashlight, one that was brighter and more powerful, and I kept it with me always. I researched home security systems, self-defense techniques, survival strategies. I was preparing for a war I knew I couldn't win. My mother finally confronted me about 3 weeks after the cave incident. She cornered me in the kitchen one evening after my father had left for his night shift at the mill. "What's going on with you?" she asked, her voice a mixture of concern and frustration. "Don't tell me nothing, because I know something's wrong. You're not sleeping, you're not eating, you jump at every sound. Are you in some kind of trouble?" I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the worry etched in every line of her face. She was scared for me, scared of losing me to whatever darkness was consuming me from the inside. I wanted to tell her everything. I wanted to collapse into her arms and sob out the whole terrible story and let her make it better the way she had when I was young and had nightmares. But I couldn't, because this nightmare was real, and there was nothing she could do to make it better. Telling her would only put her in danger, would only make her a target. So I did what I had been doing for weeks. I lied. "I'm just stressed about school," I said, forcing a smile that felt like broken glass. "Big test coming up. I'll be fine once it's over." She didn't believe me. I could see it in her eyes. But what could she do? She hugged me, told me she loved me, made me promise to talk to her if I needed help. Then she went to bed, leaving me alone in the darkened kitchen, staring out the window at the forest beyond. That night, the knocking returned. 3 knocks, loud and deliberate, exactly like before. But this time they weren't on my bedroom window. They were on the back door, right where I was standing. I jerked backward, my heart exploding into overdrive, the flashlight falling from my hand and clattering on the floor. The knocking came again, patient and measured, each impact resonating through the house like a drumbeat. Through the window in the door I could see nothing but darkness, but I knew he was there. I could feel his presence, could sense those red eyes watching me through the glass. I ran upstairs and burst into my parents' room, shaking my father awake, words tumbling out of my mouth in a panicked rush. Someone was at the door. Someone was trying to get in. We needed to call the police. We needed to leave. We needed to go now. My father, groggy and confused, grabbed his phone and went downstairs. I followed close behind, my mother bringing up the rear, all of us moving through the dark house. By the time we reached the kitchen, the knocking had stopped. My father turned on the back porch light and looked outside. Nothing, just the empty yard and the dark forest beyond. He opened the door and stepped outside, looking around, checking the perimeter. I begged him not to go out there, not to leave the safety of the house, but he waved off my concerns. Probably just an animal, he said. Maybe a branch fell against the door. But I saw his face when he came back inside. He had found something. I could tell by the way his expression had changed, by the slight tightening around his eyes. He didn't mention it, didn't want to scare my mother or validate my fears. But I knew there had been footprints again. He had seen them. That was the moment I knew we had to leave. This thing wasn't going to stop. It was escalating, getting bolder, coming closer to my family. If we stayed, someone was going to die, maybe all of us. Over the next few days, I launched a campaign of persuasion. I told my parents I couldn't stand living so isolated anymore, that I needed to be around more people, that the distance to school was affecting my education. I researched other places we could move, found job listings for my parents in different cities, presented them with options and opportunities. I begged and pleaded and argued with a desperation that must have finally convinced them I was serious. My father was resistant at first. He had lived in Oregon his whole life, had roots here that went deep. But my mother saw what was happening to me, saw how the fear was eating me alive, and she was the one who finally made the decision. We would move. We would start over somewhere new. It took 2 months to make it happen. 2 months of packing and planning, of selling the house and finding a new one, of my father securing a transfer and my mother finding new work. 2 months of living in constant terror, jumping at every sound, checking every window, sleeping with the lights on. 2 months of feeling those red eyes watching from the darkness, knowing that the creature was out there, waiting, biding its time. But finally, mercifully, moving day came. I watched as our belongings were loaded into the truck, as our house, that place of isolation and terror, was slowly emptied of everything that made it ours. My parents chalked up my eagerness to help, my insistence on leaving as quickly as possible, to teenage restlessness and excitement about the move. They had no idea I was running for my life. We moved to Colorado, to a suburb outside Denver. A place with neighbors close by, with streetlights and sidewalks, with the sounds of traffic and people and normal life. A place where the forest didn't press in from all sides, where the darkness didn't feel alive, where I could look out my window at night and see other houses with their lights on, proof that I wasn't alone. The first night in our new home, I slept for 12 hours straight, the first real sleep I'd had in months. That was 3 years ago. I'm 17 now, preparing to graduate high school, making plans for college. On the surface, I'm a normal teenager, living a normal life. But the memory of those weeks in Oregon never fades. It's always there, lurking in the back of my mind like a shadow that won't dissipate. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I've heard those 3 knocks on my window. Sometimes I catch myself scanning the crowds at school or the mall, looking for a figure that's too tall, with limbs that are too long. Sometimes I see red lights in the distance and my heart stops, even though I know they're just taillights or traffic signals or the glow of neon signs. I've tried to convince myself it was all in my head, that stress and isolation had caused some kind of breakdown, that the creature in the cave was nothing more than a delusion born of fear and teenage anxiety. But I can't. The memory is too vivid, too real, too detailed to be dismissed as imagination. I've done more research over the years, digging deeper into the folklore, finding more accounts of similar encounters. I've learned that some people believe these creatures are tied to specific territories, that they don't travel far from their hunting grounds. I hope that's true. I hope that by moving to Colorado, by putting 1,000 miles between myself and that forest in Oregon, I've escaped its reach. But I can't be certain. Sometimes I wonder if distance matters at all, if the creature marked me in some way that night in the cave, if it could find me no matter where I go. Sometimes I wonder if it's already here, somewhere in the Colorado wilderness, waiting and watching, biding its time. I've thought about going back, about returning to those woods with proper weapons, with preparation, with a plan to end this once and for all. But I know that's foolish. I know I wouldn't survive a second encounter. I barely survived the first. So I live with the fear. I've learned to function despite it, to push it down deep where it can't paralyze me. I don't talk about what happened. Who would believe me? I don't go camping or hiking, don't spend time in the wilderness, don't put myself in situations where I'm isolated or vulnerable. I stay in populated areas, surrounded by people and lights and the comforting sounds of civilization. And I wait. Because deep down, in a place I don't like to examine too closely, I know it's not over. The creature let me escape. It could have killed me in that cave, could have caught me in the woods, could have broken down our door any of those nights it came knocking. But it didn't. It let me run. Maybe it enjoys the long game. Maybe it likes knowing I'm out here somewhere, living in fear, always looking over my shoulder, never truly safe. Maybe to something that has existed for centuries, 3 years is nothing, just a moment, a heartbeat, a pause before the hunt resumes. Or maybe I really did escape. Maybe I'm one of the lucky ones who got away, who survived an encounter that most people don't. Maybe the creature has moved on to other prey, other victims, and I'm nothing more than a memory to it now, if such things even have memories. I don't know which possibility is worse, that it's coming for me, or that it's already forgotten me and moved on to terrorize someone else. What I do know is this: the woods are not empty, they're not safe. They're home to things that shouldn't exist, things that predate human civilization, things that see us not as neighbors or equals but as prey. And once you've seen one of these things, once you've looked into those burning red eyes and felt that ancient hunger directed at you, you're never the same. So I'm telling you this now, putting this account out into the world because I want people to know. I want you to understand that the stories aren't all fictional, that the legends have roots in terrible truth. When you go hiking in the deep woods, when you camp in isolated areas, when you venture into places where cell phone signals fade and human presence becomes scarce, be aware. Be cautious, be smart, because something might be watching you. Something that has been hunting in these forests for longer than our country has existed, longer than our cities have stood, longer than our modern world of lights and phones and civilization has existed to push back the darkness. And if you hear 3 knocks on your window one night, if you see footprints that are too large and too deliberately placed, if you catch a glimpse of a figure standing at the edge of the woods with red eyes that glow in the darkness, run. Don't investigate. Don't try to be brave. Don't assume it's your imagination or a prank or something that can be rationally explained. Just run and don't look back. Get away from the woods. Get to populated areas. Get somewhere with lights and people and safety. And if you can, leave entirely. Move far away. Start over. Because once it has marked you as prey, once it has decided to add you to its game, your only chance at survival is escape. I hope my story serves as a warning. I hope it helps someone somewhere make the right choice when confronted with something they can't explain. I hope no one else has to experience what I experienced, has to carry the fear that I carry. But mostly I hope I never hear those 3 knocks again. Stay safe out there. Be aware. Trust your instincts. And remember, the woods are older than us, deeper than us, and filled with things that we've forgotten how to see, things that haven't forgotten how to hunt. I remember it like it happened yesterday, even though it was a couple of years ago now. The weight of my monotonous life had been crushing me, each day blending into the next in a haze of fluorescent lights and computer screens. My name's Jonah Harker, and at that time, I was working a soul-sucking desk job that was slowly draining the life out of me. It was a Friday afternoon when I made the decision. As I sat in my cubicle, staring at the clock and willing it to move faster, an idea struck me. I needed to get away, to breathe, to remember what it felt like to be alive. The thought of spending a weekend in nature, away from emails and endless meetings, sounded like heaven. As soon as the clock struck 5, I was out the door. I drove home in a rush, my mind already racing with plans. My old RV, a relic from happier times, sat in the driveway. I hadn't used it in months, maybe even a year, but it called to me now like a beacon of freedom. I spent the next hour throwing together whatever I thought I might need: clothes, food, my old camping gear. I didn't have a specific destination in mind, just a vague notion of heading towards the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. It wasn't too far, and I knew it wasn't a popular camping spot, which suited me just fine. Less noise, fewer people, exactly what I needed. As I pulled out of my driveway, the setting sun painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. The open road stretched before me, promising adventure and escape. Little did I know that this impulsive decision would change my life forever. The drive took a few hours, and night had fully settled by the time I reached the outskirts of the Pine Barrens. The darkness seemed to swallow the road, my headlights barely penetrating the gloom. The trees loomed on either side, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I found a small clearing off a dirt road, not too far from the town of Hamilton. It was perfect, minus secluded and quiet. As I parked the RV and stepped out, the silence hit me like a physical force. No car horns, no bustling streets, just the soft whisper of wind through the trees and the occasional hoot of an owl. That night, as I lay in my RV, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the forest, I felt a mix of excitement and unease. The darkness outside seemed alive, pulsing with unseen energy. But I pushed those thoughts aside, chalking them up to my city-dweller paranoia. This was what I wanted, wasn't it? An escape from the ordinary, a chance to reconnect with nature. If only I had known then what lurked in the shadows of the Pine Barrens. If only I had listened to that small voice of unease, but I didn't, and that decision would haunt me for years to come. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the sunlight filtering through the trees and casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. I stepped out of the RV, stretching and breathing in the crisp air. The unease of the previous night had dissipated, replaced by a sense of peace and anticipation. I spent the morning setting up my campsite properly. I unfolded my camp chair, set up the portable grill, and gathered some firewood for later. As I worked, I found myself humming, something I hadn't done in ages. The simple physical tasks in the quiet of the forest were already working their magic on my stressed-out psyche. By early afternoon, everything was set up to my satisfaction. I made myself a quick sandwich and sat in my chair, enjoying the warmth of the sun on my face. That's when I noticed the small trail leading deeper into the forest. It wasn't much more than a game trail, really, but it sparked my curiosity. A little exploration couldn't hurt, I thought to myself. I grabbed my backpack, threw in a bottle of water and some trail mix, and set off down the path. At first, the hike was pleasant. The trail wound through stands of pine and oak, occasionally opening up to reveal small clearings carpeted with ferns and wildflowers. I saw squirrels darting up trees and colorful birds flitting from branch to branch. The worries and stresses of my everyday life seemed a million miles away. But as the afternoon wore on, I began to realize I had wandered farther than I intended. The trail had become less distinct, often disappearing altogether only to reappear several yards away. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out much of the sunlight. I decided it was time to head back, but as I turned around, a feeling of disorientation washed over me. Everything looked different. It was as if the trees had shifted while I wasn't looking, rearranging themselves into an unfamiliar landscape. I tried not to panic. I had my phone with me, but as I pulled it out, my heart sank. No signal, of course. I was in the middle of nowhere, after all. I walked for another hour, maybe two, trying to retrace my steps, but the more I walked, the more lost I felt. The light was beginning to fade, the shadows lengthening and deepening. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming earlier, now felt oppressive and alien. That's when I heard it. A scream, distant but unmistakable. It was a man's voice, filled with terror and pain. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment the forest was utterly silent, as if holding its breath. Then the scream came again, closer this time. Without thinking, I began to move towards the sound. Someone was in trouble. I had to help. But as I pushed through the underbrush, a part of me whispered that I was making a terrible mistake. The scream had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A rustling in the bushes, the snap of twigs underfoot. Something was moving through the forest, and it was coming closer. I stumbled into a small clearing and stopped short. Before me was a campsite, but it was unlike anything I had ever seen. The tent was in shreds, supplies scattered everywhere. It looked like a war zone, or the aftermath of a vicious animal attack. But what made my blood run cold was the blood. It was everywhere. spattered on the torn canvas of the tent, soaking into the ground, smeared on the trees at the edge of the clearing. This was no animal attack. This was something much, much worse. As the last light of day faded, I stood in that destroyed campsite, the scent of blood heavy in the air, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that I was no longer alone in these woods. With shaking hands, I fumbled for my flashlight. The beam cut through the gathering darkness, illuminating the destruction around me in stark detail. I called out, hoping against hope that whoever had been camping here was still alive, still in need of help. But only silence answered me. As I moved cautiously through the campsite, my foot kicked something. I bent down and picked up a wallet, its leather stained with blood. With a growing sense of dread, I opened it. The driver's license inside bore the name Benny Caldwell, alongside a photo of a smiling man in his 30s. I didn't know what to do. Night had fallen completely now, and I was lost in an unfamiliar forest with clear evidence of violence before me. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I had no idea which way to go. My only hope was to somehow find my way back to my RV. I picked a direction that I hoped would lead me back and started walking. The forest seemed even more sinister in the dark. Shadows danced at the edge of my flashlight beam, and every rustle in the underbrush made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me, always just out of sight. After what felt like hours of stumbling through the woods, I saw a faint light in the distance. Relief washed over me as I realized it was my campfire, still burning low. I practically ran the last stretch, feeling an irrational sense of safety once I was back in my RV. I locked the doors and collapsed onto the small bed, my heart still racing. I thought about driving out of there immediately, but exhaustion hit me like a truck. The adrenaline that had kept me going was wearing off, leaving me drained. I decided to wait until morning. Surely, whatever was out there couldn't get to me in here. How wrong I was. I must have dozed off because I woke with a start to a sound I'll never forget. Scratching. It was subtle at first, then more insistent. It was coming from the door of the RV. I sat up, every muscle in my body tense. I grabbed my flashlight in one hand and my camping knife in the other. Not much, but it made me feel a bit safer. I crept to the door and listened. The scratching stopped. For a moment, everything was quiet. Then there was a bang, and the whole RV shook. I fell back, dropping the flashlight. In the darkness, I could hear heavy breathing, something scraping against the metal of the RV. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed the flashlight, shining it towards the door. For a moment, everything was still. Then something hit the window. A face pale and twisted, with eyes that reflected the flashlight beam like an animal's. But this was no animal. The face was almost human, but wrong somehow, distorted in a way that defied description. I shouted, stumbling back, and the face disappeared. But the attack on the RV continued. Something was trying to get in, hitting the sides, scratching at the door and windows. I huddled in the far corner, clutching my knife, as the assault went on through the night. When the first light of dawn crept through the windows, the noises finally stopped. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, for what felt like hours. Finally, I gathered the courage to open the door and step outside. The campsite was eerily quiet. There were deep scratch marks on the sides of the RV, and the door looked like it had been attacked by a bear. But bears don't have hands, and there, pressed into a muddy patch by the door, was a handprint. A human handprint, but larger than any I'd ever seen, with fingers that ended in what looked like claws. As I stood there trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I noticed something on the ground near the RV. It was a torn piece of cloth, stained with blood. It wasn't there the night before. I didn't wait around to see if whatever had attacked me would return. I threw my things into the RV and drove out of there as fast as I could, not stopping until I reached the nearest town. I went straight to the police station, my hands still shaking as I recounted my story to the officer at the desk. But as I spoke, I could see the skepticism in his eyes. He took my statement, but it was clear he didn't believe me. He mentioned that the Pine Barrens were full of wildlife, and sometimes people imagine things in the dark. He said they'd look into it, but his tone made it clear he thought I was either drunk or crazy. I left the station feeling frustrated and scared. I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. It wasn't a bear or my imagination. There was something out there in the Pine Barrens, something that had killed Benny Caldwell and had tried to kill me. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over, that somehow, in some way, the horror I had encountered in those woods would find its way back into my life, and I was right. The weeks following my terrifying experience in the Pine Barrens were a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Every unexpected noise made me jump. I couldn't shake the memory of that face at the window, those inhuman eyes reflecting my flashlight beam. I tried to go back to my normal life, to my job and my routines, but everything had changed. The mundane tasks that had once seemed so oppressive now felt like a lifeline, a connection to a world where monsters didn't exist and camping trips didn't end in blood and terror. But even as I clung to normalcy, I couldn't let go of what had happened. I started researching, spending my evenings hunched over my computer, searching for any information about strange occurrences in the Pine Barrens. What I found chilled me to the bone. There were stories, old legends about the Jersey Devil and other creatures that supposedly haunted the forests. But more disturbing were the reports of missing hikers and campers, people who had gone into the Pine Barrens and never come out. The official reports always cited natural causes, animal attacks, accidents, people getting lost. But reading between the lines, I saw a pattern that matched my own experience. One night, about 3 months after my camping trip, I was watching the local news when a familiar name caught my attention: Benny Caldwell. They had found his body, or what was left of it, deep in the woods. The report said it was a bear attack, but I knew better. The images they showed, while carefully censored for television, were horrifyingly familiar. The same kind of destruction I had seen at his campsite. The news report mentioned other disappearances over the years, treating them as separate incidents. But I could see the connections. It was all the same thing, the same creature, the same horror stalking the Pine Barrens. I became obsessed, gathering every scrap of information I could find. I started reaching out to locals, people who lived near the Pine Barrens. Most didn't want to talk, but a few shared stories, passed down through generations, of something that lived in the deepest parts of the forest, something that hunted in the night. One evening, I found myself in a small bar on the outskirts of Hamilton. I'd driven out there following another lead that had turned out to be a dead end. As I sat at the bar nursing a drink and wondering what I was really doing, an old man took the seat next to me. "You're not from around here," he said. It wasn't a question. I shook my head. "Just visiting, doing some research." He studied me for a moment, then nodded as if coming to a decision. "You're looking into the disappearances, aren't you? The things in the forest?" I tried to hide my surprise, but he saw right through me. He introduced himself as Frank, a lifelong resident of the area, and then he told me a story that made everything else I'd heard seem tame. He spoke of something the locals called the Creeper, an old legend, he said, something parents used to scare their kids into behaving. But the way Frank told it, the Creeper was no mere boogeyman. It was real, a creature that had haunted the Pine Barrens for centuries. "People have been disappearing in those woods for as long as anyone can remember," Frank said, his voice low. "The police never find anything, but we know. We all know to stay away from the deep woods, especially at night." As he spoke, I felt a chill run down my spine. Everything he said matched what I had experienced, what I had seen. The attacks at night, the inhuman strength, the way it mimicked human sounds to lure in its prey. "But what is it?" I asked. "Where did it come from?" Frank shook his head. "Nobody knows for sure. Some say it's a curse. Others think it's something left over from when this land was wild, something that should have died out long ago but didn't. All I know is that it's real, and it's hungry, and it doesn't distinguish between locals and outsiders. If you go into its territory, you're fair game." As I drove home that night, Frank's words echoed in my head. The Creeper. It had a name now, this thing that haunted my nightmares, but naming it didn't make it any less terrifying. If anything, it made it more real. I tried to put it behind me, to move on with my life. I started a new job, made new friends, but the fear never entirely left. I became more cautious, always looking over my shoulder, especially in unfamiliar places. The world had become a darker, more dangerous place, and I could never fully relax. But life has a way of moving on whether we want it to or not, and for a while it seemed like maybe, just maybe, I had left the horror of the Pine Barrens behind me. Until the day, years later, when I got a call from an old friend named Matt, who wanted to go camping. And just like that, the terror that I had tried so hard to forget came rushing back. It had been 5 years since my encounter in the Pine Barrens, and I had done my best to put it behind me. I'd moved to a new city, started a new job, built a life that was as far from that night of terror as I could make it. But the memories never fully faded, always lurking at the edges of my mind, ready to resurface in my darkest moments. So when I got the call from Matt, an old college buddy I hadn't spoken to in years, I felt a sense of dread even before he mentioned camping. "Jonah," Matt's voice was as cheerful as ever. "It's been too long, man. Listen, a bunch of us are planning a camping trip next month. You in?" I felt my stomach clench. "I don't know, Matt. Camping's not really my thing anymore." "Come on, it'll be fun. Just like old times. We're thinking of hitting the Adirondacks. Beautiful this time of year." I hesitated. The Adirondacks. That was far from the Pine Barrens, wasn't it? And it would be with a group, not alone. Maybe it would be okay. I'll think about it," I said finally. Matt laughed. "I'll take that as a yes. Trust me, Jonah, you need this. You work too hard." After we hung up, I sat for a long time staring at nothing. Could I do this? Could I face the woods again? But a part of me, a part I thought I'd buried long ago, whispered that maybe this was what I needed. A chance to face my fears. To prove to myself that what happened in the Pine Barrens was just a terrible, isolated incident. A month later, I found myself in Matt's SUV, heading north towards the Adirondacks. There were 5 of us: Matt, his wife Laura, our old friends Tom and Karen, and me. As we drove, they chatted and laughed, excited about the trip. I tried to join in, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had been growing since we left the city. We arrived at the campsite late in the afternoon. It was beautiful, I had to admit, a clearing surrounded by tall pines, with a small lake nearby. As we set up our tents and gathered wood for the fire, I found myself starting to relax. This was different. This was normal. That night, as we sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories, I felt almost happy. Matt was right, I thought. I needed this. But as the fire died down and the others headed to their tents, the old fear began to creep back. The darkness between the trees seemed to pulse with hidden life. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent my heart racing. I lay in my tent, trying to sleep, but every sound jolted me awake. And then, in the early hours of the morning, I heard it, a scratching sound, faint but unmistakable. My blood ran cold. It couldn't be. Not here. Not again. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent, my hands shaking. The campsite was silent, the other tents dark shapes in the pre-dawn gloom. I swept the flashlight beam around, half expecting to see those reflecting eyes, that twisted face. There was nothing, just trees and shadows. I was about to go back inside when I saw it. At the edge of our campsite, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, something moved. A shape, darker than the surrounding shadows, slipping between the trees. "Hey," I called out, my voice shaky. "Who's there?" The shape paused, and for a moment, I thought I saw the glint of eyes reflecting my flashlight beam. Then it was gone, melting into the darkness of the forest. I stood there, my heart pounding, until the sun began to rise. As the campsite came to life around me, I tried to convince myself that it had been nothing, just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But deep down, I knew the creeper had found me again. The next day passed in a haze of forced cheerfulness and growing dread. I didn't tell the others what I'd seen. How could I explain it without sounding crazy? Instead, I went through the motions, hiking with the group, swimming in the lake, all the while scanning the trees, jumping at every unexpected sound. As night fell again, the sense of impending danger grew stronger. I suggested we head into town for dinner. Anything to avoid another night in the woods, but the others wanted to cook over the campfire. They were enjoying the rustic experience. I was living a nightmare. That night, as we sat around the fire, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The darkness beyond our circle of light seemed alive, pulsing with malevolent energy. I kept seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. Matt noticed my unease. "You okay, Jonah? You seem a bit on edge." I forced a smile. "Yeah, just not used to all this nature, I guess." He laughed. "City boy through and through, huh? Don't worry, nothing out here but squirrels and deer." If only he knew. As the night wore on and the others went to sleep, I volunteered to stay up and keep the fire going. I couldn't have slept if I wanted to. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. It was just past midnight when I heard it. A scream, distant but clear, echoing through the trees. It was the same scream I'd heard in the Pine Barrens, a sound of pure terror that chilled me to the bone. I jumped to my feet, my heart racing. The others emerged from their tents, looking confused and scared. "What was that?" Laura asked, her voice shaking. "Probably just an animal," Matt said, but he didn't sound convinced. I knew better. "We need to leave," I said. "Now." They stared at me, bewildered by my intensity. "Jonah, it's the middle of the night," Tom protested. "Trust me," I insisted. "We're not safe here." Before anyone could argue further, we heard it again, closer this time. Not just a scream, but words. "Help me! Oh God, help me!" It was coming from the direction of the lake. Without thinking, I grabbed a flashlight and started running. The others followed, calling out to whoever was in trouble. As we neared the lake, the screams stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. We spread out along the shore, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. "Hello?" Matt called out. "Is anyone there?" No response. Just the lapping of water against the shore and the rustle of wind in the trees. We were about to give up and head back to the camp when Karen screamed. We all turned to see what she was pointing at. There at the edge of the water was a torn piece of clothing. As we got closer, we saw that it was soaked in blood. "We need to call the police," Laura said, her voice trembling. But as I turned to head back to the camp, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There in the mud by the lake was a familiar sight, a handprint. A human handprint, but larger than any I'd ever seen, with fingers that ended in what looked like claws. The creeper had found us, and the hunt had begun. We ran back to the campsite, panic giving us speed. As soon as we arrived, Matt grabbed his phone to call for help, but there was no signal. We were on our own. "We need to leave," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Pack up what you can, quickly. We're getting out of here." The others, still shocked by what we'd found, didn't argue. We threw our things into bags, not bothering with the tents or anything we couldn't carry easily. As we worked, I heard it, the scratching sound. It was coming from the trees surrounding our camp. I looked up and saw them, eyes, dozens of eyes, reflecting the light of our flashlights, and they were moving, circling our camp. "Run," I shouted. "To the car, now!" We took off, sprinting through the woods towards where we'd left Matt's SUV. I could hear something crashing through the underbrush behind us, gaining ground quickly. We burst out of the trees onto the dirt road where the car was parked. Matt fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking. Come on," he muttered. The others piled into the car as Matt finally got the door open. I turned to look back at the woods and froze. There it was, the creeper. It stood at the edge of the trees, its form barely visible in the darkness, but I could see its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, and its teeth sharp and gleaming. "Jonah, get in," Matt yelled. I snapped out of my trance and dove into the car. Matt floored it, tires spinning in the dirt before we shot forward down the road. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creeper burst from the trees, running after us with impossible speed. Its long limbs ate up the distance, clawed hands reaching for the car. "Faster," I yelled. "It's gaining on us." Matt pushed the SUV to its limits, the engine roaring as we sped through the dark forest. The headlights illuminated the road ahead, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from the mirror, from the creature that pursued us. Suddenly it leapt. I saw its form sail through the air, landing on the roof of the car with a heavy thud. Claws screeched against metal as it tried to hold on. Laura and Karen screamed. Tom tried to reach for the sunroof, to close it before the creature could get in, but he was too late. A clawed hand smashed through the glass, reaching into the car. I saw those long fingers, ending in razor-sharp claws, grasping for us. In that moment, something in me snapped. All the fear, all the terror of the past years turned into rage. I wouldn't let this thing hurt my friends. I wouldn't let it win. I grabbed the camping axe we'd thrown in during our hasty packing. With a yell of defiance, I swung it at the creature's arm. There was a shriek of pain, inhuman and terrifying. The hand withdrew, dark blood splattering across the seats. "Keep driving," I shouted to Matt. "Don't stop." We sped through the night, the the sounds of the creature's howls fading behind us. We didn't slow down until we hit the main road, the lights of civilization appearing in the distance like a beacon of hope. As we drove into town, the adrenaline began to wear off. We were alive, we had escaped. But I knew deep in my heart that it wasn't over. The creeper was still out there, and it wouldn't forget. The days following our escape from the Adirondacks were a blur of police statements, hospital visits, and sleepless nights. We told the authorities what had happened, or at least a version of it. We spoke of an animal attack, a bear maybe, or a mountain lion. How could we explain the truth? My friends looked at me differently now. They had seen the certainty in my eyes, the lack of surprise at the horror we'd encountered. Matt pulled me aside one day, his face serious. "You knew," he said. "It wasn't a question. You knew something was out there. That's why you were so on edge from the start." I nodded slowly. "Remember that camping trip I took years ago, the one I never talked about?" I took a deep breath. It happened then too, I thought. I hoped it was just a one-time thing, that it was confined to the Pine Barrens. I was wrong. I told him everything then, about the destroyed campsite in the Pine Barrens, the attack on my RV, the years of research and nightmares that followed. He listened in silence, his face growing paler with each word. "Why didn't you tell us?" he asked when I finished. I laughed bitterly. "Would you have believed me? Hell, I barely believed it myself most days." He was quiet for a long moment. "So what do we do now?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but it's not over. It's still out there." In the weeks that followed, I threw myself back into research. I reached out to contacts I'd made over the years, piecing together reports of similar encounters across the country. It wasn't just the Pine Barrens or the Adirondacks. The creeper, or things like it, had been sighted in forests all over. I began to see a pattern. The attacks were becoming more frequent, more brazen. It was as if the creature, or creatures, were growing bolder, expanding their hunting grounds. One night, as I sat surrounded by maps and reports, I came to a decision. I couldn't run anymore. I couldn't hide and hope it wouldn't find me again. It was time to fight back. I started reaching out to others who had encountered the creeper and survived. Hunters, park rangers, cryptozoologists, anyone who might have information, skills, or resources that could help. It wasn't easy. Many thought I was crazy. Others were too scared to get involved. But slowly a network began to form, a group of people united by their experiences, determined to uncover the truth and stop these creatures before more innocent lives were lost. We began to gather weapons, silver and iron, blessed by priests and shamans. We studied old legends, looking for weaknesses we could exploit. We trained, preparing ourselves for the hunt to come. I knew it would be dangerous. I knew some of us might not survive, but I also knew we had no choice. The creeper and its kind were a threat to everyone who ventured into the wild places of the world. They had to be stopped. As I stand here now, looking out at the forest that has become both my battleground and my obsession, I make a promise to myself, to the friends I've lost, to the innocents I hope to save. I will find the creeper. I will stop it. Whatever it takes, whatever the cost. The hunt has begun. And this time, we are the hunters. September 23, 1999, Wind River Range, Wyoming. The crunch of pine needles under my boots was the only sound breaking the eerie silence of Dead Man's Curve. At 37, I'd been a ranger at Fremont County long enough to know every inch of this wilderness, but this spot never failed to unsettle me. As I set up camp for the night, the absence of natural sounds was palpable. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, not even the distant howl of a coyote, just silence, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I went through my routine mechanically, radio check, a quick meal of beef jerky and trail mix, then a sweep of the area with my binoculars. The fading light cast long shadows across the landscape, turning familiar shapes into looming specters. My mind wandered to Jaina, my ex-fiancée. Her parting words echoed in my head. "You care more about trees and bears than us, Colin." She wasn't wrong. The solitude of the wilderness had always been my sanctuary, especially now. As I scanned the horizon, something caught my eye. About half a mile away, near a dense thicket, was a shape that didn't belong. At first glance, it looked like a crouching person, but its movements were off, too fluid, too fast. No human could move like that. I blinked, refocusing my binoculars. The shape straightened up, and my breath caught in my throat. It was tall, unnaturally so, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. For a split second, I entertained the idea of a prankster in a costume, but as it started to walk, I knew better. Its gait was wrong, a jerky, gliding motion that sent shivers down my spine. This was no animal I'd ever encountered, and certainly no human. Years of training kicked in, and I reached for my rifle, not to shoot but for the comforting weight of it in my hands. As I watched, the creature disappeared into the tree line, leaving me with a churning stomach and a growing sense of dread. That night, sleep eluded me. Every snapping twig, every whisper of wind became a potential threat. The silence that usually brought me peace now felt oppressive, hiding unknown dangers. As moonlight filtered through my tent, casting strange shadows, I lay awake, my rifle close at hand. For the first time in years, I felt like prey in a forest I once thought I knew. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The horrors that awaited me in the coming days would challenge everything I thought I knew about the natural world and my place in it. The first rays of sunlight filtering through the trees brought little comfort as I emerged from my tent. The events of the previous night weighed heavily on my mind, casting a pall over the usually invigorating morning routine. With practiced efficiency, I broke camp and prepared for the day ahead. My hands moved automatically, packing gear and checking supplies, while my thoughts raced. The creature I had seen, or thought I had seen, defied explanation. Years of experience in these woods had taught me to trust my instincts, and every fiber of my being screamed that something was terribly wrong. Shouldering my pack and gripping my rifle, I set out towards the spot where I had observed the anomaly. The forest seemed different this morning. The familiar trails now felt alien and threatening. Every shadow held potential danger, every rustle of leaves a possible harbinger of the unnatural. As I approached the area, the silence that had been so oppressive the night before gave way to an unnerving stillness. It was as if the very air was thick with anticipation. The spot where I had seen the creature was easy enough to locate, but what I found there sent a chill down my spine. The ground was torn up, great furrows carved into the earth as if by massive claws. Vegetation lay crushed and broken, forming a rough circle about 20 feet in diameter. But it was the footprints that truly froze the blood in my veins. They were unlike anything I had ever encountered in my years as a ranger. Too large and elongated to be human, yet bearing an unsettling similarity to a human foot. The prints were deep, suggesting immense weight, and at the front of each impression were clear marks of what could only be described as claws. As I crouched to examine the prints more closely, a noxious odor assaulted my senses. It was the unmistakable stench of decay, reminiscent of long-dead animals I had encountered on previous patrols. But this was stronger, more pungent, and seemed to emanate from a nearby thicket. Against my better judgment, driven by a mix of professional duty and morbid curiosity, I pushed through the dense foliage. What I found on the other side would haunt me for years to come. The body, or what remained of it, lay sprawled in a small clearing. The victim had been male, judging by the tattered remnants of clothing. But beyond that, identification seemed impossible. The corpse had been savaged with a brutality that defied comprehension. Deep lacerations crisscrossed the torso, exposing shattered ribs and glimpses of internal organs. The limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, some nearly torn from the body, but it was the face that truly horrified me. What should have been recognizable human features had been reduced to a pulpy mass of tissue and bone. This was no animal attack, at least not from any animal I knew. The precision of some wounds, coupled with the sheer savagery of others, spoke of an intelligence behind the violence, a calculated cruelty that no natural predator would exhibit. As I stood there, my mind reeling from the gruesome discovery, a sound broke through my shocked stupor, a soft scraping, like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. It was coming closer. Instinctively, I raised my rifle, scanning the surrounding trees. The noise grew louder, more distinct, then movement caught my eye. Between two ancient pines, a figure emerged. Low to the ground, almost on all fours, it moved with an unsettling fluidity, As it entered the clearing, it rose to its full height, and I found myself face to face with the creature I had glimpsed the night before. In the harsh light of day, its appearance was even more terrifying. Pale, almost translucent skin stretched tight over an emaciated frame, limbs too long and thin to be human, ended in hands with elongated fingers, tipped with vicious claws. But it was the face that would feature in my nightmares for years to come. A too-wide mouth filled with jagged, broken teeth dominated the lower half of its face. Eyes deep-set and glowing with an unnatural intelligence, fixed upon me with predatory focus. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, we stood there, locked in a silent confrontation. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to put as much distance between myself and this abomination as possible. Yet I stood my ground, rifle trained on the creature, knowing that to turn my back would mean certain death. Then, with a speed that belied its awkward appearance, the thing moved. It was all I could do to squeeze off a shot before diving to the side, feeling the rush of air as claws slashed through the space I had occupied mere seconds before. The crack of the rifle echoed through the trees, shattering the unnatural silence. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back as I crashed through the underbrush. The sound of pursuit was close behind, branches snapping and leaves rustling as the creature gave chase. I ran with a desperation I had never known before, my lungs burning and heart pounding. The weight of my pack threatened to throw me off balance with every stride, but I dared not slow down to shed it. How long I ran, I couldn't say. It felt like hours, though it was likely only minutes. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the normal noises of the forest. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Not until I reached the relative safety of the ranger station. As I burst from the tree line into the clearing where the station stood, I finally allowed myself to slow down. My colleagues, alarmed by my disheveled appearance and wild-eyed panic, rushed to meet me. Between gasping breaths, I tried to explain what I had seen, what I had experienced, but even as the words left my mouth, I could see the doubt in their eyes. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. Little did I know, this was just the beginning. The horrors I had witnessed in Dead Man's Curve were about to become all too real, not just for me, but for the entire Wind River Range. Upon reaching the ranger station, I was immediately ushered into the office of my supervisor, Ranger Keller. The small wood-paneled room seemed to close in around me as I recounted the horrifying events of the past 24 hours. Keller listened intently, his weathered face betraying no emotion as I described the unnatural creature and the gruesomely mutilated body I had discovered. As I concluded my report, I expected a flurry of questions, perhaps even a call to local law enforcement or wildlife services. Instead, Keller's response left me feeling more unsettled than the encounter itself. "Thank you for your report, Judd," he said, his voice measured and calm. "I need you to understand the sensitivity of this situation. What you've witnessed is to remain strictly confidential. Do not discuss this with anyone outside this office." His words hung in the air, heavy with implication. I found myself struggling to comprehend the lack of urgency in his demeanor. "But sir," I protested, "there's a body out there. Something dangerous is in our forest. Shouldn't we alert the authorities?" Keller's eyes met mine, and for a brief moment I saw a flicker of, was it fear? Resignation? It was gone before I could be certain. "We'll handle this internally, Ranger Judd," he stated firmly. "I'm reassigning you to the eastern sector, effective immediately. Consider this incident closed." The abruptness of the dismissal left me reeling. As I exited Keller's office, my mind raced with questions. Why the secrecy? Why was there no investigation into the body I had reported? The implications were disturbing, to say the least. Over the next few days, I attempted to discreetly gather more information. My inquiries were met with evasive responses from colleagues and an unsettling silence from management. It became increasingly clear that this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. A week after my encounter, news broke of hikers going missing near Dead Man's Curve. The reports made no mention of the body I had discovered or the creature I had seen. The official stance was that the hikers had likely gotten lost or fallen victim to the harsh wilderness conditions. As I watched the search and rescue operations unfold from afar, a chilling realization settled over me. The Wind River Range harbored secrets far darker and more dangerous than I had ever imagined, and I was now unwittingly part of the cover-up. The weight of this knowledge pressed heavily upon me. Each day brought new ethical dilemmas. Should I break protocol and go public with what I knew, or trust that my superiors had valid reasons for their secrecy? Little did I know my decision would soon be forced by events beyond my control. The horrors lurking in the shadows of Wind River Range were about to escalate, pushing not just me but the entire region to the brink of a terrifying confrontation with the unknown. In the weeks following my reassignment to the eastern sector, an unsettling pattern began to emerge. Reports of missing hikers and campers in the Wind River Range increased at an alarming rate. While such occurrences were not uncommon in the vast wilderness, the frequency and locations of these disappearances raised red flags that were impossible to ignore. My attempts to gain more information about these incidents were met with bureaucratic roadblocks and vague responses from my superiors. The lack of transparency only served to fuel my growing suspicions that something far more sinister than simple mishaps was at play. On October 15, 1999, a particularly disturbing report crossed my desk. A group of experienced backpackers had failed to return from a week-long trek near Gannett Peak. The search and rescue operation that followed yielded results that sent chills down my spine. The team discovered the group's campsite in a state of disarray. Tents were shredded, equipment scattered, and most alarmingly, there were signs of a violent struggle. The ground bore the same distinctive markings I had observed at Dead Man's Curve, elongated footprints with claw-like impressions. As I pored over the report, my mind raced with the implications. The creature I had encountered was not an isolated incident. Its own, or others like it, were actively hunting in our forests. My ethical dilemma intensified. The safety of the public was at stake, yet my superiors continued to downplay the severity of the situation. I found myself at a crossroads, torn between my duty as a ranger and my moral obligation to protect innocent lives. In an attempt to gather more concrete evidence, I began to conduct my own covert investigation. During my off hours, I combed through historical records, spoke with longtime residents of the area, and mapped out the locations of recent disappearances. A disturbing picture began to take shape. The incidents, while seemingly random, followed a discernible pattern when viewed over a longer time frame. They clustered around certain areas of the range, with Dead Man's Curve at the epicenter. Moreover, I uncovered mentions of similar occurrences dating back decades, always hushed up or explained away by the authorities. The implications were staggering. Whatever was stalking the Wind River Range had been doing so for generations. As I delved deeper into my investigation, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Colleagues who had once been friendly became distant. I noticed unfamiliar vehicles parked near my home on several occasions. The message was clear. My actions had not gone unnoticed. Despite the growing pressure, I knew I couldn't back down. The stakes were too high, the consequences of inaction too severe. I had to find a way to expose the truth and put an end to the terror that stalked our forests. Little did I know, events were about to unfold that would force the issue into the open, pushing the Wind River Range to the brink of chaos and testing the limits of our understanding of the natural world. As October drew to a close, the situation in Wind River Range reached a critical juncture. The frequency of disappearances had escalated to an unprecedented level, and the growing public concern was becoming impossible to contain. Local media outlets began to ask pointed questions, and rumors of a cover-up spread through nearby communities. On the morning of October 28, 1999, I received an urgent summons to Ranger Keller's office. Upon arrival, I found not only Keller but also several high-ranking officials from the Department of the Interior. The atmosphere in the room was tense, charged with an undercurrent of fear and desperation. Keller, his face drawn and haggard, began the meeting with a startling admission. "Ranger Judd," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "we can no longer deny the gravity of our situation. What you encountered at Dead Man's Curve was not an isolated incident. We've been aware of these entities for decades." The revelation, while not entirely surprising given my recent investigations, still sent a shock through my system. As the officials took turns explaining the history of encounters and the reasons for secrecy, a chilling picture emerged. The creatures, which they referred to as apex predators, had been a presence in the Wind River Range for generations. Their origins were unknown, but their impact was undeniable. Previous attempts to study or contain them had ended in disaster, leading to the policy of secrecy and containment. "We're at a crossroads," one of the officials stated grimly. "Our containment strategies are failing. We need to take more drastic action, and we need your help, Ranger Judd." Their plan as it unfolded was both audacious and terrifying. They proposed a large-scale operation to locate and neutralize the apex predators. My role would be crucial. Given my first-hand encounter and subsequent research, I was to lead a specialized team into the heart of the creature's territory. The ethical implications of this decision weighed heavily upon me. On one hand, I felt a sense of vindication that the truth was finally being acknowledged. On the other, the prospect of facing these creatures again filled me with dread. After hours of intense discussion and planning, I agreed to lead the operation. The risks were enormous, but the alternative, allowing these predators to continue their reign of terror, was unthinkable. As I left the meeting, the full weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders. The coming days would determine not only my fate, but the fate of the entire Wind River Range. The hunters were about to become the hunted, and I found myself at the center of a conflict beyond anything I could have imagined when I first donned the ranger's uniform. Little did I know, the true horrors that awaited us in the depths of the forest would test not only our physical capabilities, but the very limits of our sanity. The line between predator and prey was about to blur in ways that would haunt us for years to come. The preparation for our expedition into the heart of the apex predator's territory was intense and meticulous. Our team, consisting of myself, 3 other experienced rangers, and 2 wildlife biologists, underwent rigorous training in advanced tracking techniques and crisis management. We were equipped with state-of-the-art gear, including night vision goggles, tranquilizer guns, and GPS tracking devices. On November 5, 1999, we embarked on our mission. The mood was somber as we ventured deeper into the Wind River Range, past the familiar trails, and into uncharted territory. The forest seemed to close in around us, the ancient trees looming overhead like silent sentinels. Our first few days were uneventful, marked only by the growing sense of unease that permeated our group. We found traces of the creatures, more of the elongated footprints, patches of disturbed vegetation, and on one occasion, the remains of what appeared to be a large elk, its carcass bearing the now familiar signs of an apex predator attack. On the 4th day, we made a breakthrough. Our tracking led us to a series of caves nestled in a remote valley. The entrance was marked by strange, almost ritualistic arrangements of bones and rocks. The air around the site was thick with the now familiar odor of decay. As we prepared to enter the cave system, Dr. Lena Hoffman, one of our wildlife biologists, made a startling observation. The bone arrangements, upon closer inspection, appeared to follow a pattern too complex to be random. This suggested a level of intelligence in our quarry that exceeded our initial estimations. Our descent into the caves was a journey into a nightmare realm. The narrow passages twisted and turned, forming a labyrinth that seemed designed to disorient and confuse. Our headlamps cast long shadows that danced on the walls, creating illusions of movement that kept us constantly on edge. The deeper we ventured, the more evidence we found of the apex predator's presence. Claw marks scored the cave walls, and piles of bones, both animal and human, littered the floor. The air grew thicker, filled with a miasma of decay and something else, something alien and indescribable. It was in the heart of this underground maze that we had our first direct encounter. The creature burst from a side passage, moving with the same unnatural speed and grace I had witnessed at Dead Man's Curve. In the confined space of the cave, its true horror was magnified. The ensuing battle was chaotic and terrifying. Our training kicked in, and we worked as a unit, but the creature's speed and strength were beyond anything we had anticipated. It took the combined efforts of our entire team, plus several tranquilizer darts, to finally subdue the beast. As we stood over the unconscious form of the apex predator, a mix of emotions washed over us: relief, fear, and a grim sense of accomplishment. But our mission was far from over. We had captured one, but how many more lurked in the darkness? Our success was short-lived. As we prepared to transport the creature out of the cave system, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the passages. It was answered by another, then another. The realization hit us like a physical blow. We were surrounded. deep in the heart of the apex predator's lair. What followed was a desperate fight for survival. We battled our way through the caves, pursued by shadows and nightmarish forms. Not all of us made it out. The screams of our fallen comrades would haunt my dreams for years to come. When we finally emerged into the pale light of dawn, our team was battered, broken, and forever changed. We had glimpsed a world beyond our understanding, a primordial realm of terror that existed right beneath our feet. As we made our way back to civilization, I knew that our ordeal was far from over. We had struck a blow against the apex predators, but at a terrible cost. And the creatures, now aware of our intentions, would not remain passive. The true battle for Wind River Range was just beginning. The journey back to headquarters was a blur of exhaustion and trauma. Our team, now reduced to just 4 minus myself, Dr. Hoffman, and 2 other rangers, stumbled into the ranger station on November 12th, a full week after we had first set out. The looks on the faces of our colleagues as we entered told us everything we needed to know about our appearance. The debriefing that followed was intense and grueling. For hours we recounted every detail of our expedition, from the discovery of the cave system to our harrowing escape. Our superiors listened with grim faces, the reality of what we were dealing with finally sinking in. But it was the news that greeted us upon our return that truly drove home the gravity of our situation. While we had been in the depths of the forest, the apex predators had launched what could only be described as a counteroffensive. Reports had flooded in from across the Wind River Range of sightings and attacks. The creatures, it seemed, had abandoned their previous caution and were now openly hunting. The death toll was rising, and public panic was reaching a fever pitch. As I sat in my small apartment that night, trying to process everything that had happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had unleashed something we couldn't control. By entering their territory, we had provoked a response that was now threatening to overwhelm us. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. The pretense of secrecy was gone, replaced by a desperate scramble to contain the threat. National Guard units were deployed to the area, and large sections of the Wind River Range were declared off-limits to the public. But these measures seemed woefully inadequate in the face of what we were dealing with. The apex predators showed an uncanny ability to evade our patrols, striking with terrifying speed and precision before melting back into the wilderness. As the death toll mounted, so did the pressure on those of us who had first-hand experience with the creatures. Dr. Hoffman and I found ourselves thrust into the role of reluctant experts, consulted on every aspect of the containment efforts. It was during one of these strategy sessions that Dr. Hoffman shared a theory that sent chills down my spine. Based on her analysis of the bone arrangements we had seen in the caves and the creatures' behavior patterns, she believed that the apex predators weren't just animals acting on instinct. They were intelligent, possibly even sentient, and appeared to be following some sort of complex social structure. The implications of this were staggering. We weren't just dealing with a particularly dangerous predator. We were potentially facing an entire society of creatures that had evolved in parallel with humans, hidden from our view for countless generations. As December approached, the situation reached a critical point. Sightings of the creatures were reported on the outskirts of several small towns bordering the Wind River Range. The public panic that had been simmering for weeks exploded into full-blown hysteria. In a desperate bid to regain control of the situation, our superiors proposed a plan that was as audacious as it was dangerous. We would launch a coordinated offensive, driving deep into the heart of the apex predators' territory with the goal of eliminating their stronghold once and for all. As I stood in the briefing room listening to the details of the operation, I couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. We were about to embark on a mission that would either save the Wind River Range or condemn it to a darkness from which it might never emerge. Little did we know the apex predators were preparing their own final assault. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the fate of not just the Wind River Range, but potentially the entire human understanding of our place in the natural world. As dawn broke on December 15, 1999, our combined forces of Rangers, National Guard units, and specially trained operatives moved into position around the Wind River Range. The air was thick with tension, each of us acutely aware that we were about to face an enemy unlike any we had encountered before. Our plan was to converge on the cave system we had discovered earlier, which we now believed to be the central hub of the apex predators' activity. Satellite imagery and thermal scans had revealed an extensive network of tunnels and chambers beneath the surface, far larger than we had initially thought. As we began our advance, an eerie silence fell over the forest. The usual sounds of wildlife were absent, as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath in anticipation of the coming conflict. Our first indication that something was wrong came when we lost contact with our eastern flank. Then the southern team went dark. It quickly became apparent that we had underestimated our enemy once again. The apex predators weren't waiting for us in their caves. They were ambushing us on all sides. What followed was a battle that defied description. The creatures moved with a coordination and strategy that confirmed Dr. Hoffman's theories about their intelligence. They herded us, separated us, and picked us off with terrifying efficiency. In the chaos, I found myself separated from the main group. Along with Dr. Hoffman and a handful of others, we fought our way through the underbrush, every shadow potentially hiding a deadly threat. As we approached the cave entrance, a bone-chilling howl echoed through the trees. Emerging from the cave was a creature larger than any we had seen before. Its pale, elongated body was covered in scars, and its eyes gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. This, we realized, was their leader. What happened next would change my understanding of the natural world forever. The creature began to communicate, not through sounds but through a series of complex gestures and expressions. Dr. Hoffman, her scientific curiosity overriding her fear, began to interpret. The message, once deciphered, was clear. This was their land, their home. They had lived here for millennia, hidden from human eyes, and our encroachment was threatening their very existence. In that moment, the true horror of our situation became clear. We weren't facing mindless beasts, but an ancient, intelligent species fighting for survival. The moral implications were staggering. As government forces closed in around us, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. I ordered our team to stand down. Over the radio, I relayed what we had learned, pleading for a ceasefire. The next few hours were tense, filled with heated arguments and desperate negotiations. In the end, a tenuous agreement was reached. The apex predators would remain within a designated area of the Wind River Range, strictly off-limits to humans. In return, they would cease their attacks. As we withdrew from the forest, the weight of what had transpired settled over us. We had gone in seeking to eliminate a threat, only to discover a hidden world beyond our comprehension. In the years that followed, the Wind River Range became a subject of intense scientific study and controversy. The public was told a sanitized version of events, with the true nature of the apex predators kept classified. For those of us who knew the truth, life would never be the same. Every time I looked at the wilderness, I was acutely aware of the secrets it might hold, the ancient intelligences that might be watching from the shadows. The experience had taught me a profound and terrifying lesson. The world is vaster and more mysterious than we can imagine, and humanity's dominion over nature is far more tenuous than we'd like to believe. As I sit here writing this account years later, I can't help but wonder about the fragile peace we established. How long will it last? What other hidden wonders or horrors might be out there waiting to be discovered? One thing is certain, the silence of Dead Man's Curve will forever echo in my mind, a reminder of the day I glimpsed the true face of nature, in all its terrifying glory,